Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Welcome to SetTheMoon.com. I'm Joe Dumond, one of your hosts, and I am now back at home. I just got home on Thursday this week. Before we get started this week, I want to thank the Set of Moon executive team here who have been looking after things while I've been AWOL. Somber and Stuart, special thank you to you both, and everyone else who has helped in this process. And making this room available week after week so that we can discuss things. I also want to thank Eric and Brian, who have filled in for me as well. And it's been a team effort to keep this room open and going each week. And the thing that I like about it is that it's no longer dependent solely upon me. I'm not the only one that can run this meeting. Everyone here can almost run this meeting. But together as a team, we've been able to do this. So I want to thank you all. I'd like to thank you individually and as a group. Thank you. It's made my life a lot easier because I didn't want to do the Shabbat services because I knew it would just tie me right up and having to prepare for them every week. So to be able to go and do what I have to do is a great blessing. So again, I thank you all for your part in making this happen. Last week, where was I last week? I was in Aqaba last week, I think. And we started to talk to you about the chain of events. And we had a very special guest show up, which he said he might, but I didn't expect he would. And Nehemiah Gordon came in, and then we got his perspective on the events of the last week up until that time. It's now day 14 of the slaughter in Jerusalem, or the slaughter in and around Gaza, not Jerusalem, in the state of Israel. And I've been trying to process it all at the same time that I've been trying to get out, planning and having plans change, and different things happen along the way, but trying to process it nonetheless. And it's been
Joe?
a difficult time. Yes, I knew you were going to say that. So I've been processing all of this, and I'm more processed this week than I was last week. And I don't know who's doing opening prayer.
Scott O.
Scott O. My neighbor, Scott O.
Welcome back, you and Sarnia, Joe.
Yes, sir, I am.
Amen. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Well, let's pray. Jehovah Almighty, we come to you. We just thank you so much for this opportunity to be together, to worship and praise your most holy name. We thank you that Joe can come back. We thank you for answering our prayers and bringing him back to safety. And we just ask for this time as Joe teaches and preaches your word. I pray, Lord, that for a double portion of your spirit today, help us to remove all deception, peel back the layers of deception that many of us have incurred over the years, using your word and your spirit to reveal truth to us, that we may hide it in our inward parts, that we may not be deceived, but grow closer to you in truth and in righteousness. May we put on the breastplate of righteousness now. And we ask this all in your most holy and precious name. We pray for Israel. We pray for peace and safety and wisdom. And just bless our time now as we seek after you and your ways. In Yeshua's name, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Scott. And it's good to see you as well. Hopefully we can get together later on and have some one-on-one time.
Amen.
I'm going to go over what I started to do last week, and we're going to just explain where we are now and how we came to the understanding we now have. There's a number of new people here, and I understand that. And before we started, and I really do appreciate what Candace said, but I'm not here to just sell books. That's not the purpose of me being here, and that's not what I'm trying to do. But in the books is a wealth of information that helps you to understand. And for me to try and explain one book or all the books here would be a discredit to the books themselves. So I want to encourage you to get the books. Candace has been devouring them in the last, 6 weeks? I can't believe anyone's read that much in 6 weeks. But she says she has, and she doesn't look like a liar, but she might be. But I want to encourage you to get the books. The riddle book is the first one you should get. If you got a question about the calendar, or the 3 days and 3 nights, or no man knows the day or the hour. And that's the purpose of the book, to explain no man knows the day or the hour. What does that mean? He's telling you the very day and hour he's coming back. And if you don't know what it means, that tells you that you are not, as Candace said, your name's not written in the book of life. You're not one of the 5 wise virgins. You're actually one of the foolish ones. If you do not know what the meaning of no man knows the day or the hour is, it's not telling you can't know when he's coming back. It's telling you the very day he is coming back. So I want to encourage you to get that book to start with. Understand the Sabbath and Jubilee years, which is the chart behind me, because that gives you the key to understanding all end time prophecy. And we have charts, and I'll give you a little secret. You can find them on the website and download them for free, or you can go and buy them, or you can buy them at Amazon, whatever you want to do. All of our information in all of the books is on our newsletters each week over the last 18 years. So you can read them all, or you can get the books and get the summary. The 2300 Days of Hell explains the Daniel 9 prophecy, which tells you why we know where we are today. And with that understanding, we're able to do the 1290-day count. And with that understanding, we're able to do the 10 days of awe, which is what we are now entering into, and the resurrection of the saints in 2033, and the locking up of Satan in 2033, and the beginning of the 7th millennium in 2045. And that's a lot of information right there alone, and it's going to take you some research. So I have been hounded by a lot of the tares. I call them tares because they just refuse to study. They just want to accuse and point fingers and tell you were wrong. Well, I have been wrong, but I'm not trying to be a prophet. I'm not trying to be Holy Joe or some holy roller. I'm sharing with you what I'm learning, what I'm studying, what I see, and it's based on these Sabbatic and Jubilee years. So that's what I'm doing. So those of you who are here, I'm hoping that's why you come here to learn. I'm not here to follow me. You're not here to follow Randy. You're not here especially to follow Randy, please. So you're here to learn and to study Torah, and you're here to follow Jehovah. That's why you're here. So I hope that we can answer some of those questions for you. We're going to start at the beginning. There's a group of people here who wanted to go to Israel. I did not want to do a tour of Israel this year because I did not know what to expect. I did not know what was going to happen. And they were wanting to go, and I wanted to have some company. So I agreed to join them and sort of lead them around a little bit. But, the time went so fast, and it was beautiful weather. It was perfect conditions. And I think we had a blast. At some point on the tour, September 4th, that was the beginning of the tour, I took them up to Golgotha. And we had planned to spend the night there, except I made a mistake and did not confirm the reservation. And when we got there, we had no rooms. And but plan B was we still reserved our rooms at the other place for that same night. So we had a place to go back to if we had to. So I asked everyone to pray that we can get in. So they went and checked to make sure the rooms were ready. There was actually nobody in the resort or the convent at the time. but the staff had all gone away. So they all came back and they started preparing the meals for us, supper and breakfast, and the rooms were ready, and we're able to stay there. So on September 4th, Randy works construction, I've worked construction, some other people here work construction, and we were looking for the Abomination, which we expected to be set up on September 22nd, based on the announcement by WHO on March 11, 2020, that the sacrifice and offering would have ceased. Now, that was the WHO announcement, but there was another announcement which we had not yet considered at the time. We knew that we got 2020 right. The Daniel 9 prophecy warns us that in the midst or in the middle of the 70th week or the 70th Jubilee cycle, sacrifice and offering would cease. That's Daniel 9:27. Sacrifice and offering would cease. Well, what does that mean? Everyone assumes you must have a temple. Everyone assumes that there's going to be a temple rebuilt. And so they're going out to look for the temple, watching for all the clues of the temple being rebuilt, but it doesn't fit. So instead of rejecting the temple being built, they reject the Sabbath and Jubilee years as being wrong. We've got 89 proofs or more. I don't know. I've lost count. We've got so many proofs that the Sabbath and Jubilee years are right. Even Rambam confirms our counting of them. So what is this sacrifice and offering? Hosea 14:2, the bullets of our lips. So the bullets of our lips were the cease. That's when we all went into corporate lockdown around the world, starting in March 11, 2020. That also happened to be Passover for our group here. We go by the barley and crescent moon, and we are generally 1 month ahead of the Karaites and the Hillel calendar people. So that's where our starting point is. We know that 2020 is the middle. We know that it's the middle of this Jubilee cycle. And we know that this is the final Jubilee cycle before the 7th millennium begins. So between 2020 and 2044, all end time prophecy must take place. It is now 2023. And I will just share my screen. Let me make sure I got it lined up for you. And if you go to the library under biblical archives, we got the charts. And you go to the second one, updated 2019, and you click on it. And then you'll have this. And the whole world's gone to pot in the handbasket. So I'm in Jerusalem in 2023 because from the Daniel 12, verse 11, so I'll get out, let's stop. And let me make sure I got that ready. So in Daniel 12, Randy, you can see that, right?
Yes, sir.
Verse 11. And from the time that the daily sacrifice, the bullocks of our lips, the prayers and offerings of our lips shall be taken away, that's March 11, 2020, and the desolating abomination set up, 1,290 days shall occur. So that's why I went to Jerusalem this year. The tour group got to see it, got to see the place where this is going to be set up. We have to explain why we are at this particular convent. There are convents everywhere in Israel, and they all got statues and Marys and Josephs and Jesus everywhere. But this one on Golgotha, since I've been going there, had none. It was empty. So is this going to be set up? Now we have to determine where the altar is. And And we had this to our supporters. We sent out, I don't know, before September 22nd, we sent out 2 newsletters to them, just to the supporters, explaining what the holy place was. And that basically going through Ezekiel 8, 9, 9, 10, 11, showing you that the Shekinah, which is the presence of Jehovah on top of the ark, rose up, went to the door of the temple, and then went over the city of Jerusalem. And then from there, it went to the mountain across from the city. And that mountain across from the city of David is Golgotha. And that's, Ron Wyatt says that's where the ark is buried. Now, I've been playing this little game of misdirection with some people as to where this actual is. Is the bus depot? Is it the Mount of Olives? Is it Mount Golgotha? And I've been letting that just slide along so people continue to remain confused as to where this place is, because it's the holiest place on earth. And to have people trampling up there would be a crime. And to see it turned into another tourist spot like Mount Nebo or the Kotel would be a crime. So I allowed that deception that those other men had put out there to continue. But the people on the tour, I took them to the actual spot. And again, we were looking for some pre-construction something before September 22nd. And when we got there, there was material for some sort of construction, but I couldn't find anything. And Shane couldn't find anything. And Randy couldn't, nobody could find anything. We're looking for an abomination, and we're thinking like Rio de Janeiro, some huge, huge statue. Or we're looking for the red heifer to be slain on the Mount of Olives in the wrong direction. So we made a video showing you where they're going to sacrifice the red heifer, and we showed you where that is in relation to the Golden Gate and the Dome of the Rock. And we also lined up the Dome of the Spirits. And if we did the Alaska Mosque, oh man, we'd be on Mount Scopus if we lined those 3 up. So it was, I believe I said it was 70 degrees north of east. 70 degrees north of east. But the problem is, Josephus says it's 10 degrees south of east. The red heifer site, or the place where the priest does the sacrifice of the sin offering, is 10 degrees south of east from the temple. So everything that we showed you in that video about the Temple Mount and the Golden Gate and the red heifer site, man, I don't ever want to have to walk all that distance again, because that was brutal. But I hope you appreciate how much walking is involved in that to see it. It just doesn't add up, is what I'm showing you. And just as we're about to go to bed there that night, Shane asked me, "What's this? What are we looking at here?" And sure enough, it was a shrine built to house, or a grotto, if you want to call it a grotto. It was built to house the statue of Mary. And that's when we began to realize exactly what this statue was going to look like. And I began to post in the newsletters about the apparitions of Mary, Medjugorje in wherever that one is, Turkey, I don't know where it is, and how the statues and the apparitions these young people are having are major events. This statue is going to speak. This statue is going to make the sun dance or stop or do something. And sure enough, there's a solar eclipse coming up, and I was wondering if that was going to be connected to it. So on September 4th, we found the shrine. It was had forms in it to keep it together while they put it together. On September 8th, Shane, with this really good camera that he's got, noticed that it was, the forms were taken down. On my camera, I couldn't see it. Not that I didn't believe Shane, but I just had to see it myself. And so I ended up walking all the way back over there just to see if it was right. And sure enough, the forms were taken down. And all they had to do is do a little bit of plaster work, maybe a little bit of paint, and it's ready to go. That was September 8th. And we still had, 2 more weeks till September 22nd. So, I'm pretty sure this is about to happen, and I can't believe it. We're witnessing something right now prophetically. Then on September, so our tour group then goes away, and I move into the convent, and I get sick for 3 days. I am laid right out, and I don't do anything. So we are pumping out the newsletter at that time, telling everyone it's about to be set up. It's about to be set up. It's going to happen. And we explained just what I've explained to you, our reasoning for getting to this point. And September 22nd comes and nothing. I'm saying, what the heck? Come on, where is it? But before that, a friend, but there's something else going on here, and I hope you can understand this. Something else is going on. Before September 22nd, trying to warn somebody, anybody, to take notice of this thing, I went to Yehuda Glick. Now, Yehuda Glick is a person who came to, I think, in 2014 or 2016, I forget what year. And I had a booth at the ICJ event in Israel, and he came there and saw my display called the 2300 Days of Hell. And he liked the book. He wanted the book. He put it back, but I was talking to someone else and I couldn't talk to him. I knew who he was. I said a little prayer to Jehovah because it was lunchtime. I said, Jehovah, you want me to meet this guy? Please arrange it and let your name be glorified. So I went walking around for something to do at lunchtime. I had about a 2-hour lunch break, and the only place you could eat was across the street. So I started to wander across the street, and there I see Yehuda Glick sitting on a bench, just down the road from where all the people would have been walking. And I couldn't believe that Jehovah made this a meeting. So I went and told Yehuda what had just happened and what my prayer was. And he said, then sit down, we must talk. Such a nice guy. And we sent a picture off to Keith Johnson, and we had a good talk. And I told him that he could have the book. I just needed the book until the end of the display because that was my last book. And he came back and got it. Again, I'm talking to somebody else. I can't give him the book. So he takes the book and he starts to read it. And 2 or 3 weeks later, an assassination was made on his life. So I don't think he got to finish the book. Since then, I've not been able to get a hold of him or contact him until this week. We had made a donation to the widows this year. And it was quite a sizable donation. And we did it through Keith Johnson's ministry to Yehuda Glick and the widows that he was supporting at that time. So thank you to all of you. That happened. And when I reminded Yehuda of that, he wanted to meet with me because he didn't know about that. But when I got there, he was in this real busy mode, setting up for the blowing of the shofar on the Mount of Olives for, I believe it was a day or two before they kept the Feast of Trumpets. So I went there, I met him. I'm sitting out in front of his house for about an hour, and he saw me when I first sat down, and he came back about an hour later. I was still sitting there waiting, and we went and talked. And I explained to him what was about to happen. I told him that there's a surprise attack about to take place on Israel. And I based it on the 1290-day count, and I said that was September 22nd. And then in our conversation, I mentioned that the abomination was being set up on Golgotha across from the city of David. Well, right there, that was the end of the conversation, because he believes the Temple Mount is the temple that's being spoken of, and the mount across from that would be the Mount of Olives, not the Golgotha. So I wrapped it up, explained it to him within 5 to 10 minutes, but left. And I was disappointed that I hadn't convinced him. I was not able to succeed in explaining what was going on from a biblical perspective that we understood. I only used Old Testament scriptures. I did not use New Testament scriptures when I was talking with Yehuda. Then the next day, still desperate to get the message, I wrote an open letter to the prime minister and to the chief rabbinate. Basically the same letter, just addressed a little bit differently to each one. Again, warning them of a surprise attack that was about to happen. We included that in this week's newsletter. That was from before September 22nd when I wrote it. So then Keith Johnson had a tour that was about to take place, and a lot of people on that tour were telling Keith that Joe Dumond is saying the world's about to end. Don't take a tour. And enough of them told Keith Johnson that he got annoyed and called me up, and he was not a happy camper. And we talked about it, and I told him there's certain things I couldn't tell people at the time. Keith Johnson, I would trust, and Nehemiah Gordon, I trust implicitly. But I did not want to give out the location exactly where it was, because I didn't want a whole lot of people trampling up there and looking and making the premises very suspicious of everyone that came through the gate. And then I would not be able to see it happen. So, but I kept telling Keith, if I see it set up on September 22nd, I'm leaving. He says, are you going to warn me? I says, Keith, I've already warned you. So we left it like that. He wasn't too happy with me, and I went away, or he went away. He did his tour. He came back. And September 22nd came and went. Nothing happened. No statue was set up. Nothing was done. There was a there was a couple false starts that I thought this was it, but nothing happened. So we had to go back to the drawing board. What did we miss? What did we not understand? I gave our team, I said to the executives, go back. What have we not seen? Read the scriptures over again, word by word in Hebrew. What does it mean? Have we got the right start date? Somebody, I forget who it was, said that Netanyahu declared a pandemic on March 25th. So when September 22nd didn't happen, okay, so 3 days later would have been the Sabbath. We thought maybe the Sabbath was the time when it began. So I stayed for 3 more days, looked on September 25th. Then there was another date for September 29th, and I looked at it, nothing happened. And what are we missing? What is wrong here? Do I have this whole thing wrong? And I'm starting to doubt my understanding. And, people tell me, no, you got it right. Something's going on. You don't build a shrine for nothing, which is true. You don't build a shrine to have a barbecue. It's made for the statue of Mary. Okay, well, then when this thing is set up, that's going to redefine our starting date. No longer March 11th, but it'll be a different date. That then will change the 2300 count, because it also begins in Daniel 8. It starts with the taking away the daily. So that also changes that starting date for that. So we're just refining our position a little bit better. We know there's the abomination about to be set up. We know this is a holy place. We just don't know exactly when. So the week of October 4th, so sometime about October 4th, Keith Johnson meets me, and he's not happy with me. And I love Keith Johnson. He's been on this service with us. And one of the things we say in Israel is that any conversation I have over there with people, they remain over there. I'm not going to repeat everything they say. I'm kind of cutting the edge here a little bit with Keith, and I apologize if I'm not trying to go in all the details. So But Keith wasn't happy with me, and he wanted to know why I was saying all these things and scaring all the brethren and about this abomination about to be set up. So we met, we talked, I explained it to him, I showed him. He heard me, he listened, and his team that was with him also listened. And I don't know if I convinced them or not. They went away, they thought, okay, you got some valid points, it's interesting, but we don't know. That's fair enough. You know, to jump in at the end of this understanding and try and understand it is difficult. Unless you've been following it, you know, the Sabbath and Jubilee years and following the growth process all the way along, it becomes difficult to jump in at the end and try and understand it. I get it. And it's a big subject. And we talked for maybe an hour, maybe two, but it's a big subject. And, you know, when I explain this in the Philippines, it's always 4 hours, just 4 hours just to the abomination. So they went away, not convinced, but understanding where and how I arrived at my understanding. That was October 4th or 5th. That's sometime in the next couple of days. I don't know when Keith left to go to Jordan, and I'm not sure exactly when he did that, but he did. So the date, one of our people said October 6th or 7th was the 1290 days from the time that Prime Minister Netanyahu declared a lockdown in Israel. And then 3 days later would be the Sabbath. So my determination was to check on October 7th and then to check on October 10th, which would be Tuesday. And now I'm staying in an Arab hotel in Ras Al Mood. Ras Al Mood is on top of Silwan. Silwan is a Hamas headquarters. There's just a lot of bad things happen there. Ras Al Mood is where all the riots take place, right there in the corner. And right beside me is Abu Dis. And Abu Dis is where I went to make videos that week of Golgotha. So I wanted to show Golgotha because the word Golgotha is also the same word for wheel that Ezekiel talks about at the base of the Shekinah. So I was going to show all this in this video that I still haven't got finished yet. So I had to get some footage of Golgotha from all the different angles. So I hired a taxi. We went to Abu Dis, we went to Silwan, we went to some other place, the place where they throw the goat off the cliff for Leviticus 16. We went to all those places where Randy and I drove last time we were there, in the places where, you know, shouldn't be driving. Then we went to the UN headquarters on the Mount of Evil Council. So I'm taking all these videos and all these places, which after October 7th, all erupted into firefights with the IDF. Every single one of those places I just mentioned. And the Abu Dis erupted while I was still there. And I'm just walking because there was no traffic and no crowds. I was just walking. So October 7th comes and there's a huge barrage of rockets. And my alarm is going off on my clock, on my wristwatch, and on my phone, warning me of what rockets fired. And it's nonstop. It's nonstop. And some of them are coming over Jerusalem. I even recorded some over Jerusalem and the explosions overhead, then the concussion that comes and shakes your bones. Then you could hear all the screams from the tour groups on the Temple Mount who were screaming at the sonic boom that, you know, that hit them afterwards. It was scary and yet extremely sobering. And yet on October 7th, we didn't know what was going on. We just thought it was another rocket attack, and they've had lots of them before. It wasn't until Sunday afternoon, the next day, that we understood the magnitude of what had happened. It was Sunday night, I believe Sunday night, maybe Monday night, I forget which night, that Abu Dis erupted right beside me. And I asked the hotel guy, are we safe? He said, oh, yeah, no problem. Yeah, you're safe if you're Arab. And I began to get nervous. I'm thinking, okay, there's still no statue set up here. There's no statue set up. On Saturday, when the rockets were flying, they had planned for it was the Holy Mary of the Rosary celebration day. And they had 200 people invited to come to this event, but only 30 or 40 showed up because of the rockets. So I raced up there because I seen the priest coming out, and I thought, this is it. It's about to be set up. We got the date right. And I'm standing there in the crowd looking for a statue. And then they run back inside because the sirens go off again. And I said, where's the statue? And I don't see nothing. And I'm trying not to be spotted by the director who we rented the rooms from, because it's now getting on into the second month that I've been there. And most people only stay for 2 to 3 weeks at the most. So I don't want to get him suspicious as to why I'm here. He's already told me about all the American evangelicals who have been trying to sneak into his place and causing trouble for him. So I'm trying not to be that, and I'm trying to be discreet and be invisible. So I'm being the good little Catholic that they wanted and doing my Hail Mary full of grace routine. And, but no statue. And now this bombardment's going on. And I said, what is, nobody knew what was going on. And I'm by myself. So Sunday I walked back into town and people started to tell me what had happened. And for me, instead of climbing the stairs, I took the Arab way. I go through the Arab section, which is just one continuous gradual hill that you climb up. And I met with all the people down at the Arab hostel. And then I got the videos, and then I seen all the stuff that's going on. And wow, what does this mean? I don't understand it. So somebody sent me the video of the first attack, which was at the Nova party. It was an earth hugger party, Mother Earth, Mother Nature. And I thought that these kids were wiped out keeping Shemini Atzeret. Shemini Atzeret, you dance. You start off the evening, as soon as the sun sets, you start dancing, you do a prayer, and then you start going out and you're dancing in the streets, and you dance all night long, and it's just exhausting, but it's so much fun. And you're dancing with everybody and you're singing, and as soon as you get done one group, you move into another group, you're dancing all over again, and the streets are just packed with people dancing. And I assumed that these kids that were mowed down, who were dancing, were continuing to dance because it was Shemini Atzeret, and it was the Sabbath. Then somebody sent me a video, and I forget who it was. The video starts off showing the DJ with a giant inflatable Buddha over top of him. And these people were not dancing for Shemini Atzeret. They were having a rave party, which means they were all drunk or high on drugs. And even we have witness testimony afterwards saying that that's exactly what they were doing. And it was these people who got mowed down. And I've heard 350. I now see it's about 260. So I don't know, some number in there. These young adults were slaughtered. And I'm mad at Jehovah. I'm still mad at Jehovah today. 1 week after, or 2 weeks after this, all these young adults, 18, to 30, 260, 360, whatever the number is, killed in cold blood for keeping Shimini Atzeret. But in my brain, I had not yet rationalized that they were not keeping Shimini Atzeret. They were using that holy day to have a Rav party, and they got some big inflatable Buddha. They don't care if they worship Buddha, it doesn't matter to them. But my father, and my brain is starting to rationalize that my father, Jehovah, sent Hamas to discipline them the same way our father disciplined and killed 3,000 people at the golden calf incident at Mount Sinai. Now I'm seeing Jehovah and his jealousy and his rage. And I'm trying to deal with it because there's a part of me that says that Jehovah is still the God of love and mercy and kindness, which is a Christian concept that I maybe have not fully taken out of my head yet. But I'm seeing a God, a jealous God, executing vengeance on those who are not worshiping him, who are not obeying him, and are not keeping his commandments. And I'm trying not to judge these young people, but the videos that keep coming out explain how people were driving high on acid, people that were drunk and being woken up out of that stupor to realize that they are being shot at and people around them are dropping dead. And it's that realization that I'm still struggling with today. And there's a part of me that's angry with Jehovah. And I know that that's wrong because Jehovah is righteous and his judgments are righteous. But I'm still struggling with it. And I'm just being honest with you. So then we get to this. Now I got a problem. Is that Buddha in the holy place? Is all the land of Israel holy? Well, it can't be all the land of Israel being holy because there are statues of Mary everywhere. The 1290-day count from March 25th, 2020, when Benjamin Netanyahu declared a state of emergency in Israel and began the lockdown, to October 6th, 7th, is right on. This Rav was a secret from everybody until they set it up and just announced it a couple days before, yet Hamas knew where it was. They knew. And all these kids are slaughtered. Saturday afternoon, I got an email from Yehuda Glick. And basically all it said was, you were right. Pray for Israel. Things are about to change. And I sent that on to Keith Johnson, and Keith Johnson would come back later and says, you were right about 2020. You were right about this. You need to tell everybody. In my interview before this, we did an interview with Nehemiah Gordon. Nehemiah had invited me to come to his place. Somber, you got a great big fly on your screen. Nehemiah invited me to his sister's place. And one of her sons is a guard at the entrance to their kibbutz. And the other two boys there, they're also involved somehow in serving in the army. And the two young ladies there, they would probably be serving as well. So I got to meet, that family, and it was nice to do that, and nice to have a Erev Shabbat with people that I highly respect. And but in the course of the evening, Nehemiah was telling them how we did an interview in 2018, and then his sister said, well, so that means that he was right about 2020. And Nehemiah said, yes. And in the video that you saw, that was a spontaneous video. And we were just walking in the dark, and there's, the conditions weren't perfect, and we're just having a conversation. It was just like, I wasn't trying to teach anybody or show anybody anything. I'm just having a conversation with Nehemiah. And he said that we're right, that I was right about 2020. So in all of this, these events, the key point that I'm coming away with is this was not the time to explain to Nehemiah and Keith all that I know. That time is coming in, if I understand correctly, 3 years' time. So that will be the Daniel 8 and Daniel 12 parts of that prophecy that I understand, to then tell them at that time. But this had to be a time to give us a little bit of credit for our understanding, even though right now, 2 weeks after this, I still don't understand it all. And I'm not trying to claim that I do. An abomination was set up. Jehovah responded. People died. It was 1,290 days from the time that Netanyahu locked down Israel. Not the whole world, but he locked down Israel. Is that the time we start counting the 2,300 days from, for when the two witnesses begin? And that date would be, and we figured this out beforehand, July 12th, 2026. I don't know, but that's what I'm understanding. We have a shrine set up in the most holy place where the Ark of the Covenant is still buried to this day. But we have no statue in the shrine. We have no statue in the grotto. What does that mean? I don't know. But it was built. It was built just before September 22nd. Why wasn't it put in? I don't know. Will it be there now? I don't know. We got nobody there to go look. Again, if I had to flee during any of this time beforehand, the street that I would be fleeing on is packed with cars. The exit route to go through Jerusalem is under construction. The crowds at the time for Yom Kippur and the Sukkot made it impossible to drive. I'd have to go all the way around the dark side of the Mount of Olives, which is, I came to get in there on that way, is not a very safe way to go. Again, there's so many questions I have. I don't understand everything. We're still trying to figure it out. We did not figure out 2020 until 2021. It took us over a year. We're slow learners. It took us over a year to understand 2020. Chris, you got your hand up.
Yes, Joseph, thank you for seeing you again, alive and sound. In Daniel 12, verse 12, it says, "All the blessedness of him who is waiting earnestly and has come to the days 1,335. Is it too far-fetched to think that the abomination should be set up then 45 days later? Or is it just speculation on my side?
No, it's not just you. There's a lot of people suggesting that. I was not prepared to stay in a war zone until I think that's November 20th to see if that would be true.
Yeah, that's right.
So again,
You could go
I do
again.
not, so, sorry?
You could go again.
I don't think so. The airport's still not open. So my personal view is the 1335 is another 1335 day count from something. It does not say it starts at the time the daily was taken away. It's just mentioned there in the next verse. Happy are those that reach that date. I have in the past believed that date to be Shavuot in 2033, and that 1335 starting at Passover in 2030. I don't know if that is anymore. Right now, I don't know what the 1335 represents. I do not believe it's 45 days after the 1290. I believe it's 1335 days from some specific point in a prophecy all its own, which right now I have no clue as to where it fits in. So again, I'll be looking on November 20th, but I just don't know. You know, we've got 2020 correct. Whether that date started March 11th or March 25th, I originally thought it was going to start on Shavuot. And this event this year is supposed to have been refining that date, that start date, so that we would know better. And even now, I'm still not sure which date I'm supposed to use. Do I use the March 25th date? It seems like I should. But the statue wasn't set up in the holy place. The Buddha was not in the holy place. The Buddha was in the field down by Gaza. Actually, down there we go looking for the barley in Riem. I don't know how many people will be looking for the barley down there from now on. It's going to be, there's all these reminders everywhere you go down there of the disaster and slaughter that took place. So October 7th comes, October 8th, we're starting to realize the magnitude of the event. We start to see this abomination. So I made it through a video together really quick, explaining that and comparing it to the golden calf incident, and I posted that. And then Keith calls me up and says, Joe, you're there. You know, why aren't you saying anything? Why aren't you reporting about all this stuff that's going on? And I'm thinking, I'm not, you know, I'm here in Israel, but I'm not down in Sderot. I'm not down in Gaza. You know, my understanding of this abomination is still not figured out yet. We're still trying to understand it. And he encouraged me to start making videos, and he encouraged Nehemiah to start doing the same. People are asking questions, and the thing that made me start to make the videos, first of all, Keith is a friend, and I love him. He's always given me good advice in the past, but I don't want to exploit this situation. But then the armchair quarterbacks began to exploit it. And the armchair quarterbacks began to cheer. And they're still cheering today. Even today, I just saw another one today. They're still cheering today for the destruction of Israel. And I got pissed off. And I started to make the videos. And I warn you, and I keep telling you, stop listening to conspiracy teachings. These conspiracy teachings are what Hamas thrive on. That's why the hospital that got blown up, as soon as they heard it, all the conspiracy people went ballistic. There was no hospital blown up by the IDF. It was a rocket sent by Hamas that went astray and struck the parking lot in the hospital. I don't know how many people got killed, 10, maybe 100, I don't know. But certainly not the 500 that they're saying, not the 1,000 that some people are saying, not the ones that the conspiracy people who call themselves brethren are saying. Those who call themselves your brethren and are teaching you the conspiracies and are cheering for the demise of Israel are not your brethren. And you need to stop following them. Because some of the questions asked me betray you, and I know that you're following them. So you need to stop. Candace said something before the meeting today, and she had a vision or in a dream, and I hope she doesn't mind me using this, but I'm going to do it for all of you. In her dream, she said, "Is my name in the book of life?" And God said, "No. No." How many of you have your name written in the book of life? If you're studying, if your Torah study consists of these rabbit holes, these conspiracies, these people who are cheering for the demise of Israel, who call themselves brethren, then I'm going to bet pretty heavily that your name will not be in the book of life. If you cannot read the Torah, if you cannot study Isaiah, if you cannot study Ezekiel, if you cannot study Jeremiah or any of the prophets or even the first 5 books of the Torah, then I'll bet that your name is not going to be found in the book of life. Yeshua said, "You do not know me because you do not know the books of Moses, because Moses wrote about me." If you don't know the books of Moses, you do not know Yeshua, and you're not going to be found in the book of life. He's going to say, "I never knew you. I never knew you." Now, I'm not saying I got all the answers here at sedmoon.com. I question whether my name is in the book of life. I question it every week. I see the slaughter of so many young people. I see the slaughter and the beheading in these pictures. I look at every picture. I do not turn away from them. I look at the beheading of these young children. I see the women with their ankles tied up with barbed wire and then executed. Maybe after they've been raped. I don't know. But a lot of women got raped. And I wonder, where's God? He says for us to hide while his fury, his anger is passed out. Man, I can understand that one really good now. I'm trying to understand all this stuff. It's only Sunday. I'm still trying to figure this stuff out. What's going on? Where's God? Why did it happen? Are we not all good people? No, we're not. Is your name going to be found in the book of life? Is he going to say to you, "Well done, good and faithful servant"? Or is he going to say to you, "I never knew you"? Because you're an expert in chemtrails. You're an expert in Joe Kennedy or Mercola or some other silly waste of time. What are you an expert at? Can you quote to me what Isaiah meant when he said, "I don't know what it means. I can't read it. I'm uneducated"? Do you know what that means? What are you studying? You better be studying his word, his Torah, the first 5 books. Moses wrote all about Yeshua in those first 5 books, and you don't even know it. Leviticus 16, the Day of Atonement, the Feast of Trumpets. Those 10 days are what we are now living. If you don't understand that, and you don't know the holy days, your name is not found in the book of life. You need to study his Torah. Not Joe Dumond's books, Jehovah's books. Not any conspiracy teaching. And I keep saying it week after week, and you all don't listen to me. It's your life. But Jehovah blinded Israel so that the Hamas can come through there like a flood and slaughter men, women, and children who were just waking up on Shabbat. The same way you guys all did today. They thought they were keeping Shabbat by dancing around a Buddha thing. They thought they were keeping Shabbat in their homes, whatever they did. I don't know. I'm not judging. What are you doing? What are you doing? That's what you have to go to the mirror, and you look at that person in the mirror and you decide, are you obeying God, or are you just this religious game? Monday, October 9th, I'm going to determine, okay, things are getting bad, things are getting crazy. I have to stay to October 10th to check one more final time, see if that statue is going to be set up. At 3:30, my suitcase is packed and at the door every day starting the Friday before the attack. My suitcase has been packed every night, ready to go. All I had to do is grab it. I didn't have to stick nothing in it. I just had to grab it and go. Then Tuesday, I go and look. I purposely waited. I sat there and I watched from my vantage point. I watched all day long. Every day I walked into Jerusalem, I would take pictures from a certain point that I could see right straight to the shrine. And it would always show empty or blackness. And I would forward those pictures on the sheet and to Randy, who could maybe blow them up bigger, and they would confirm that there was nothing in it. That way I didn't have to go up to the convent every day and make them suspicious. Tuesday, I went up to the convent. It's after 3, 9 and 3. Jehovah's going to work a 9 and 3. Is it set up? No. I hang around there till 4. People are leaving, going home. I go back and I decided to walk in to see what's going on at the Abraham Hostel, and people are now starting to think that it's time to flee. But a lot of them are thinking it's time to, well, my flight's been canceled and it's now been rebooked September 22nd, which is tomorrow. And they're still thinking, well, what am I going to do for this next week? And they're asking me, and I'm saying, are you just stupid, or are you just really dumb? What do you mean? What are you going to do? Cancel your flight. Get out of Israel now. There were people who were making fun of me, laughing at me, because September 22nd came and went, and there's no statue set up. There's a shrine built. Again, I've said I don't know what it is I'm looking for or when it's going to be set up. They're at the airport Sunday morning, and they were hugging the asphalt. They were hugging the floor. Got to be 100 times. All day Sunday, all day Monday, all day Tuesday, all day Wednesday. They let me know that they were hiding at the airport. The airport was shut because there's so many rockets flying over it. All the flights were canceled. I had not rebooked my flight. I canceled my flight for September 29th. I canceled it then and just left it open because I didn't know when I would be fleeing. I knew I was going to flee, but I just didn't know when. Then these ladies at the Abraham Hostel saying, well, maybe we should go to the airport. And I said, okay. The airport is constantly shut down. There are no planes leaving except for El Al. And El Al is bringing in people, troops from around the world, bringing them back home to get ready for the fight. And Monday, we'd learned about Hezbollah massing on the northern border, and there were starting to be skirmishes, taking out the listing and cameras of the IDF, and retaliation from the IDF attacking those positions. And it's growing each day. It's getting more and more battles going on in the north. And we know that the Hezbollah has got 250,000 precision guided missiles. Hamas just shoots them out there like a shotgun. They hope they land somewhere. But Hezbollah, they can target exactly where they're going to go. And that war was, at that time, seemed like it was about to begin. So I told the people at the Abraham Hostel to get out now. This one lady looked me in the eye and was, talking about going someplace tomorrow, another part of her tour. And I told her about the slaughter. Men, women, and children were slaughtered by Hamas. And when the Hezbollah comes in here, they're no different. You're all going to be Jews and you're all going to be slaughtered. You need to get your butt out now. And I explained to them why I was here looking for the abomination and, what dates I was looking at. And October 7th is one of those dates that came up. And then they began to cry because the realization, and they've known about me for a number of years, but they didn't believe anything I said. But the realization set in that this is real, that Jehovah is real, that the things he says he's going to do in the last days are real. There is no get out of jail card here. There's no rapture about to take place, and y'all are going to just fly off here scot-free, not obeying God, and be taken to the place of safety. That's a false teaching. And so many people have fallen for it. If you want to know what the rapture is, read Leviticus 23. If you don't understand it, then read my book, The Mystery of the Jewish Rapture. It's not a mystery. It's a holy day. And it's explained to you in the resurrection of Yeshua. And it tells you when the next one's going to take place. So the ladies kept saying, what are they going to do tomorrow for their tour? What are they going to do the day after? There's a war getting worse and worse. And the realization is not setting in on them. And I just said, goodbye. I had to leave you. Good luck. But this one elderly lady wanted to come with me, and I didn't want to take her. But she did. So I took her. And Tuesday night, we went to the bus station to get a ride to Eilat. We knew the airport was not a place to go. But we couldn't figure out how to buy a ticket online because it's all done in Hebrew. And when we went to the bus station, we couldn't buy it there. And we missed the bus 5 minutes Tuesday night. So I wasn't going to walk all the way back to East Jerusalem because although my room was paid for to the end of the week, I didn't get the money back. I just left. And so they had a room at the hostel, which they paid for to the end of the week. And they went back and got their bed. And I just sat in the lobby, and they were going to kick me out. And I said, there's a war going on. So they let me stay in the lobby while I waited for her. The next morning we left. And we went to take the bus to go across the Allenby Bridge, which would take us directly to Amman, Jordan. Now, the Allenby Bridge crossing is a very difficult crossing to cross. You need a lot of pre-arrangements on both sides to get across, and it's just frustrating. So I did not like that choice, but I figured we could catch somebody and get across. And when we went to get on the bus to take us there, the guy said, it's closed. That border's closed. All the borders are closed. So at that moment, the ticket booth opened up, and we went to him and asked him, is there a ticket to Eilat? He said, yes, it leaves at 10 o'clock. And I said, is the border open? He says, I don't know. So we got on the bus, not knowing if the border was open on Wednesday morning. And we went down to Eilat. We got a taxi. That's a 5-hour drive. We got a taxi over to the border, and the border was open. We walked through, nobody there. We went through the Jordanian side. They were very friendly, very hospitable. Nobody there. The normal confusion in the Jordanian border was, the guy just said, just walk right on through. You're good to go. And we walked in, got a taxi. I was trying to remember the hotel I stayed in before, but I couldn't remember the name, the Colonial or Conestoga. Couldn't remember the name. He said, how about the Continental, Intercontinental? He says, it's a nice hotel. I said, I'll take it. Take me there. So we went there, booked a room at the front desk for one night and went to get the flight to fly out on, so that's Wednesday, to fly out on Thursday. There were no flights flying on Thursday. I said, what's going on here? There's no flights flying out on Thursday. And yet all day Thursday, I heard flights coming in and leaving because we're right beside the airport. So we booked a flight to go out on the Friday, and it was $500 to take us right to England. And I did not want to go to Doha. I did not want to go to Saudi Arabia. I did not want to go to any other country that was Islamic. I just wanted to get out. And when we went to book the Friday flight, it went from $500 to $7,900. I said, whoa, what just happened here? And I tried to find another flight during that day to anywhere else. There was one that would take me to Zurich, and then to New York, then to Detroit. No, Zurich to Detroit, back to New York, back to Toronto, and that was a 38-hour flight. And I refused to fly on the Shabbat. We looked at Sunday. There was no flights on Sunday. Again, there are flights on Sunday, but I don't know how come they didn't come up. So we got a flight on Monday for $500 to England. And we didn't book anything after England. I just said, let's just get out of here. And we did. So that's how we ended up in England on Monday. And after Monday, we went to, I said, well, I'm here. I'm going to go see Buckingham Palace. So I did. Tuesday, we got on a flight from England to Dublin to Toronto. And I had to go see Mom on Wednesday. Mom is Alzheimer's and she's getting worse. So I spent Wednesday visiting Mom and my sister. Thursday, I drove home. And that's my story. But the rockets overhead, hearing the concussions, seeing the explosions, and having the alarm going off on your watch constantly wears on you. So my watch today is quiet. I've had, I don't know, maybe 6 or 7 rockets warnings. It's quiet. When I got to Aqaba, my stress level, I could feel my stress level going down. And just, it's a 5-star resort. It's on the Red Sea. The people are treating you like you're the most important person. It was just nice. But at the same time, you got this anxiety going on in the back of your head, and your watch is going off all the time. And I wrote and let people know that the border was open because everyone thought all the borders were closed. And I wrote to let them know this border was open. And Nehemiah took advantage of that. And he was told by somebody in the intelligence that he needed to get out now if he was going to go. At this point, the Canadian government and the American government had not yet organized any flights out of Israel. That all started on a Thursday or Friday, maybe even Saturday. I forget when, but we were already in Jordan by then. Nehemiah decided to come down there, and I was excited. I'm going to be able to spend time with Nehemiah. I mentioned this last week, but I did not know the things that happened to him at the border, and I did not understand the hostage potential that he was becoming, and because I just don't think like that, but now I get it. So when he bugged out on Friday and headed to Dallas through Doha, again, my anxiety level went back up. The people that came with him also disappeared. They went to Saudi Arabia, and we didn't hear anything more from them. My anxiety level has gone back up. The rockets are still going up. And Nehemiah leaned into me and said, they're going to flatten Gaza. They're just going to flatten it. They're going to destroy Hamas down to the very last person. And all of a sudden, when you think about that, you understand when they do that, the Arab world is going to go ballistic. That same day, there were riots in Amman, Jordan. Now, we had to fly into Amman, Jordan. Nehemiah had to fly into Amman, Jordan. Then there was riots in London. That's where I'm going. What's going on? Why is London rioting? There was riots in Dearborn, Michigan, right beside where I live. There's riots everywhere, all pro-Palestinian. And you may not think it's going to affect you because you're not Jewish. But when they come for the Jews, they don't hate the Jews. It's Satan who hates the religion or the Father that you're following. The Jews keep the Sabbath. They keep the holy days. They keep the memory of this alive, even though they might keep the holy days at the wrong time because of the Hillel calendar. But you are also hated because you keep the Sabbath. You're also hated because you keep the holy days. You're also hated because you now understand the Jubilee cycles and you are now teaching that to other people. When they come for Judah, they're going to come for you. Once they got you and Judah, then they're going to come for the Christians. Then they're going to come for the gays and the LGBTQ. And then they're going to come for the Black Lives Matter. And basically, no lives matter unless you're following Islam. That's what's coming. So in the 10 days of awe, we speculated that the first 4 seals were during the first 4 sabbatical cycles. And the 5th seal, the 5th and 6th seal was about to begin in the 5th sabbatical cycle, which is the cycle of famine. That starts in 2024, famine around the world. Worldwide famine will be the dominant news. You could also say that the first 4 seals are right now. And they're going into the 10 days of awe. They're there. But here's where my brain is now moving to. Okay, so we're still trying to figure out the 1190 abomination, understanding that. Which is it? Is it that statue in the rave, or is it the shrine on the Mount of Olives? Where is it? What is it? That's going to be something we can work on for a while. But where are we going next? What's coming next? The seals of Revelation 6. They're already happening. It's the 5th seal that you need to be aware about. Randy, are you still here? Can you I caught him going to the washroom. Sombra, do you want to read Revelation 6 and start with the 5th seal?
Do you want it up on the screen or just to read it?
You can just read it. Everyone's got their Bible there.
Revelation 6, verse. What did you say, Joe?
The 5th seal. I don't know what verse that is.
6:9.
Okay. Let me read from 5. When he opened the 3rd seal, I heard the 3rd living creature say, "Come." And I looked, and behold, a black horse, and its rider had a pair of scales in its hand. Verse 6. And I heard what seemed to be a voice in the midst of the 4 living creatures saying, "A quart of wheat for a denarius, and 3 quarts of barley for a denarius. Do not harm the oil and the wine." You sure, verse 6? Okay, I'll keep reading verse 7.
Yeah, keep reading. Yeah.
When he opened the 4th seal, I heard the voice of the 4th living creature say, "Come." And I looked, and behold, a pale horse, and its rider's name was Death, and Hades followed him. And they were given authority over a fourth of the earth to kill with sword and with famine and with pestilence and by wild beasts of the earth. And when he opened the fifth seal, verse 9, I saw under the altar the souls of those who had been slain for the word of God and for the witness that they had borne. They cried out with a loud voice, O sovereign Jehovah, holy and true, how long before you will judge and avenge our blood on those who dwell on the earth? And then they were each given a white robe and told to rest a little longer until the number of their fellow servants and their brothers should be complete, who were to be killed as they themselves had been. Verse
Okay.
12.
Hold it there, hold it there.
Okay.
So you're told about the famine that's coming. That's the start of the fifth seal. That's the one we're about to begin. You're also told now about the souls underneath the altar. There's more that have to be added. There's more that has to be added. That's where we are. It says in, I think it's, I want to say Mark 10, maybe it's Matthew 10, I forget which, that you're going to be hated by your family. You're going to be hated by those that you love for his namesake. And that's where we are. I got a lot of firsthand experience of that. And I'm not happy about it, but that's what it is. And this is where we are. In the 10 days of awe, I'm telling you that from 2024 to 2026, the persecution of the saints is going to go through the roof. You need to get the people you want to get on board as quickly as possible. You need your loved ones to know these things. You need to know these things. This is where we are now about to begin. Again, looking at the 10 days of awe, or the 10 years, the 10 last years, unless, well, okay, so we got 21 years from now until 2044. You got, unless those days are cut short, no flesh will be saved alive. By cutting those days short from 2044 to 2033, when Satan's locked away, and we say Satan's locked away in 2033 because that lines up with the, as it was in the days of Noah and as it was in the days of Lot. It's the same third and fourth year of the sixth sabbatical cycle. Now, we've explained that in a number of videos, so I won't spend the time here to do it. But we have got to understand the time is up for playing religious games. The time is up for pointing your finger at everyone else and calling, condemning them to hell because they don't agree with you on every dot and tittle. The time has now come for us to start uniting. But you can only unite in Torah. That's the only way we can unite. And if we don't do it, we will be cut off. I do not want to see my name written underneath the altar. I'm not looking forward to that at all. I like these two parts of my body attached together. But that's all about the change. You need to get right with Jehovah. You need to repent to Jehovah. You need to obey Jehovah. The Sabbath, the holy days, at the right time. Keeping a dentist appointment a week late is not keeping a dentist appointment. Keeping the holy days a month late is not keeping the holy days. It was cold in Israel. There was about 3 days you could sleep outside, and the other days it was cold and wet and damp. If you kept the Hillel calendar this year. Prove it. Prove which one's right. Hillel started in 358. What was before Hillel? the crescent moon. The second law for the Hillel calendar says so that the conjunction moon has got to be at a certain time so that the crescent moon is not seen in another part of the world before it's seen in Jerusalem. Hillel made the calendar in order to calculate when the crescent moon would be seen. So we know it goes by the crescent moon. The barley got dropped. You need barley in order to do the wave offering at Passover. If you don't have barley, you can't do the wave offering. And it's got to be the first of the barley, not the last, not the middle. It's got to be the first. So prove these things for yourself. And then when you understand that that barley represents Yeshua, then it makes even more sense why you should be keeping it. So when they flatten Gaza, there was also the day of rage last Friday, which didn't materialize, but the rise began. I don't know what happened yesterday. I haven't been able to catch up. But the moment Israel goes into Gaza, watch out. The world is going to turn. It's already starting to turn. They were in sympathy with Israel for the first few days, maybe even the first week. But then that sympathy has now been traded over to sympathizing with the poor Gazans, the poor people of Hamas. Those people voted in Hamas, and since then they've never had another election. But they voted them in. You get what you paid for. Jehovah gives you the leadership that you deserve. Is Randy here now? Randy, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Can you open up, and I'm going to throw it on the screen. I'd like you to read Obadiah. The book of Obadiah.
The vision of Obadiah. So says the Lord God concerning Edom. We have heard a message from Jehovah, and a message is sent among the nations. Rise up, even let us rise up against her for battle. Behold, I have given you to be small among the nations. You are greatly despised.
Okay, so just hang on a second. Egypt will not allow any of the Palestinians to come into Egypt. Jordan will not take any of the refugees from Gaza into Jordan. Who's been taking them? The Western nations, not the Middle East nations, the Western nations. Think about that. Okay, carry on.
The pride of your heart has deceived you. Dwelling in the clefts of the rock, his dwelling is lofty, saying in his heart, who shall bring me down to the ground? Though you rise like the eagle, and though you set your nest between the stars, I will bring you down from there, says Jehovah. If thieves came to you, if destroyers by night, how you have been cut off, would they not have stolen until they had enough? If the grape gatherers came to you, would they not leave gleanings? How Esau is searched out, his hidden things are sought out. All the men of your covenant have dismissed you to the border. The men who were at peace with you have deceived you and have overcome you. They are setting your bread as a snare under you. There is no understanding in them. Shall I not in that day even destroy the wise out of Edom, and understanding out of the mount of Esau, says Jehovah? And your mighty ones, O Taman, shall be afraid, so that each man from the mount of Esau may be cut off by slaughter. Shame come over you from the violence against your brother Jacob, and you shall be cut off forever. On the day of your standing on the other side, on the day that the strangers were capturing his force and foreigners entered his gates and cast lots for Jerusalem, even you were like one of them. But you should have not looked on the day of your brother, on the day of his alienation, nor should you have rejoiced over the sons of Judah in the day of their ruin, nor should you have enlarged your mouth in the day of distress. You should have entered into the gate of my people in the day of their calamity. Also, you should have not looked on his evil in the day of their calamity, nor should you have set out against his force in the day of his calamity. Nor should you have stood on the crossways to cut off those who escaped, nor should you have shut up his survivors in the day of distress. For the day of Jehovah is near on all the nations. As you have done, it shall be done to you. Your reward shall return upon your head. For as you have drunk upon my holy mountain, so all the nations shall drink forever. Yes, they shall drink, and they shall swallow, and they shall be as though they had not been. But upon Mount Zion, so shall be those who escaped. It shall be holy, and the house of Jacob shall possess their own possessions. And the house of Jacob shall be a fire, and the house of Joseph a flame, and the house of Esau shall be for stubble. And they shall kindle in them and burn them up, and no survivor shall be to the house of Esau, for Jehovah has spoken it.
Just hold on a second. The house of Jacob is all of Israel, and the house of Joseph is also all of Israel. Who are we talking about here? Who just moved two USS carrier fleets into the Eastern Mediterranean? Who has another battle fleet in the Red Sea and another one in the Gulf of Aqaba? Who's just beefed up all their bases throughout the Middle East?
That the USA?
Joseph. Yeah. That's who Joseph is. Who's going to be doing this burning here? Who's going to destroy it here? You're about to find out exactly who Esau is in the moment. We haven't even got to the verse I want to get to. But that's one of the key verses here. Okay, carry on there, Randy.
And those of the south shall possess the mountain of Esau and the low country of the Philistines. And they shall possess the fields of Ephraim and the fields of Samaria, and Benjamin shall possess Gilead. And the exiles
Sorry, Randy. So who are the Philistines? Where do the Philistines come in the last days? We're talking about the last days, the day of the Lord. Where do the Philistines come in?
Are you talking about Palestine?
No, the Philistines. They've always been there since. The word Philistine means invader. Those same invaders are still in that same plot of land now, called Gaza.
They're not
They've been given.
They're not a people. They don't have a history. Like you said, they're invaders. They're from here, there, and everywhere.
No, they are from the, I believe, Cyprus at one point, but they're still the invaders. They've never changed. So they are mixed in with Esau. Their hatred is there. You can see it on the nightly news. This prophecy that we're reading right now is for today. Randy, verse 20.
And the exiles of this army shall go to the sons of Israel, who shall possess the land of the Canaanites, to Zarephath. Even the exiles of Jerusalem, who are in Sepharad, shall possess the cities of the south. And deliverers shall go up into the mountain of Zion to judge the mountain of Esau, and the kingdom shall be to Jehovah.
So who is doing this? Jehovah is doing this. Who is going to be annihilated or genocided? Esau and the Philistines. At some time in the day of the Lord, which is during the next 10 years, Esau and the Philistines will be completely wiped out. Are we about to see that? The armies of the world are lining up. The sides are being chosen. Russia is with Iran. China is with Iran. Iran is the one supporting Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Syrian army, and the Houthi, who think that they could get involved in the fight by firing missiles all the way from Yemen. Everyone knows that this could develop into a regional war and then a world war. And we already have Russia fighting Ukraine with the finger on the button up there with Europe and, North America. We're living in very, very scary, dangerous times. But I want to point out to you what is about to happen in Gaza. Tell people about Obadiah. Let them know. So I think let me see. The geopolitical stuff that's going on right now is getting scary. Let me now just talk a couple minutes. Where do you flee? So in the 10 Days of Awe book, I put in there, I explain the role of the Philippines. And I show you how and what scriptures in Isaiah talk about the Philippines. Isaiah is talking about the Philippines starting in chapter 40 or 42, all the way to 66. Are you ready? Or do you still believe you're going to be raptured out? The next 10 years are the last 10 years Satan's going to have to rule the 6th millennium. He will be brought back at the end of the 7th for a while, but this is now the last chance he has during this time. And his goal at this time is to wipe out the bride of Christ, or the bride of Jehovah. That's you. That's me. Are you able to go through what just happened outside Gaza to Israel? Are you ready for that? Or do you still believe, God's a good God and only these things are for the other side of the world and they don't happen here? Again, is your name written in the book of life? You get to decide whether it is or not. You get to decide by your study. What are you studying? And I'm going to be honest with you. I've been upset with Jehovah for the past 2 weeks, and my studies. I've been thinking, and I've been mad, and I've been thinking, and I've been telling them, and then I don't want to talk to them. And I know that's not right. I'm being honest with you. I've been going through a gamut of emotions over what's happened and what's about to happen and what's happening. So, I don't deal well with idiots anymore. Not that I ever did. But I'm certainly not going to deal with them now. So I'm wrestling with my own emotions. I'm wrestling with my understandings. But I'm wrestling with Jehovah. I'm going to be okay. I'm going to come back. I'm back. but there's just been so much to process and to understand in all of this. Something else, I just got to say it. I was going to say it at the beginning. Randy was going to stay with me throughout all of this, and I made him promise me that when he went and took his Joyce back home, that I made him promise me that he would not come back, because I didn't know how this was all going to work out. And there's a part of me that regrets that, because I would have missed teasing them and having fun with them. But at the same time, I want to thank him for keeping his word. But he's not going to make that promise to me again next time. He's already told me. So we have got work to do. You know, prove this about Jubilee year. Prove it wrong if you can, but you're going to prove it right. And when you prove it right, then understand the holy days and how they fit in here at the end. And then explain that to your loved ones. Explain that to your church. Explain that to your synagogue. Explain that to the home study group that you're involved in. Tell people on Facebook. You will get a lot of pushback. You will get a lot of condemnation for Joe Dumond and anything that he teaches. But prove it for yourself. Because then once you've proven it, it's no longer Joe Dumond. And you know, whether people like me or not, take that out of the equation. It's now, you got the proof. You prove it. It's now yours. But we have a work to do. Where am I going here now? I want to go back to Revelation. I'm just going to put it on the screen. Revelation, we were just in 6. Okay, Sandra, I stopped you at verse 12. Okay, so we're ready. We're getting ready for the persecution of the saints over the next 3 years. Here's something else that's about to happen. Okay, Sandra, you want to carry on verse 13?
Okay, we didn't start at the 6th seal, did we? Go back. Verse 12.
Oh, yeah.
When he had opened the 6th seal, I looked, and behold, there was a great earthquake, and the sun became black as sackcloth of hair, and the moon became like blood, and the stars of heaven fell.
We're looking for an earthquake. The moon becoming like blood is not necessarily a full moon. Every phase of the moon right now, you can see it is blood red. So the moon becoming like blood, that's just another thing. But this giant earthquake is what we're looking for. I don't know when. I have no idea, but it's coming. Okay, Summer?
And the stars of heaven fell to the earth, even as a fig tree casts her ultimate untimely figs when she is shaken by a mighty wind.
So just, if you look at the rockets being fired by Gaza at nighttime, and you see the rockets or the Iron Dome reacting again at nighttime, they look like stars, shooting stars everywhere, flying everywhere. Now, this mighty wind, I couldn't find it. I didn't have time to look it up. But this mighty wind, I believe Hamas means eastern wind, or a bad eastern wind. Am I correct in that? Anybody know?
Hamas
Okay,
means evil.
Yeah, but an east wind, it also means evil east wind.
Somebody just posted Hamas in the here.
Okay, well, anyway, that's something to look up. You can do that. Let's carry on.
Okay. And the heaven departed like a scroll when it rolled together, and every mountain and island were moved out of their places.
Okay, so this one here, when you see an atomic bomb and you see the mushroom cloud scrolling, departed like a scroll. And we read Zechariah 5, and you understand that the evil woman inside a lead box, the word for woman between a woman and a fire is just a dot. So this evil fire in the lead box is a nuclear explosion, and she's driven by 2 fires or 2 jet engines in the bottom. Again, these are all describing the weapons that Iran has already developed, even the right dimensions for their Shahed rockets. So everything that you're reading here is ready. All you have to do is push the button. And these are nuclear. And so in Zechariah 5, these fires, this evil woman in the lead box, it eats up the stone, it eats up the wood, it eats up everything. And one missile, one side is for the liars, and on the other side is for the thieves. Those who lie about Jehovah, those who steal the truth. Is your name found in the book of life? Which one do you support? Are you supporting the lies, or are you supporting the thieves? Or are you teaching the truth? Sambra.
So in the chat, it says Hamas means violence, wrong, cruelty, or injustice. Okay, I'll keep reading.
Okay, thank you.
Next verse. Oh, sorry. And every mountain and island removed from their place, and the kings of the earth, and the great men, and the rich, and the chief captains, and the mighty men, and every bondman, and every freeman hid themselves in the dens and in the rocks of the mountains. And they said to the mountains and the rocks, fall on us and hide us from the face of him sitting on the throne and from the wrath of the Lamb. I don't want to be hiding. For the great day of his wrath has come, and who will be able to stand?
So we've been wondering, what is that trumpet sound? What is that trumpet? You know, for the Feast of Trumpets, we blow a trumpet, we blow the shofar, we blew it today to start the meeting. What does that sound like in prophecy? What is a prophetic trumpet? Here it is here, 2024, the 5 wise and the 5 foolish are all going to wake up at the same time. The 5 foolish are going to want the oil from the wise. Give us your oil. No, go and buy your own. People want me to give away my information for free. No, go and buy it. It's the same thing. It takes energy and time to get the oil. You have to press it. You have to pick the olives. You have to let the olives grow. And then you have to put it in jars and sell it. You got to, all this process takes time. You cannot learn this overnight. Is your name found in the book of life? Will it be there? So now, from this verse, I then saw the sealing of the 144,000. Well, not I saw it. So this is what it says in Revelation 7. I'm not trying to say that I saw this. No, not at all. So, and after these things, I saw 4 angels standing on the 4 corners of the earth, holding the 4 winds of the earth, so that the wind should not blow on the earth, nor on the sea, nor on any tree. And I saw another angel ascending from the east, having the seal of the living God, and he cried with a loud voice to the 4 angels to whom it was given to hurt the earth and the sea, saying, do not hurt the earth or the sea or the trees until we have sealed the servants of our God in their foreheads. How is that going to happen? This is not something that's happened over the past 2,000 years. It's going to happen now. How is that going to happen? How is your forehead going to be sealed? Sealing, if you look it up, is the mark of Jehovah. It's a mark on your hand. It's a mark on your forehead. It's the opposite to Satan's mark. Jehovah's mark in your hand is when you stop working on the Sabbath and the holy days. Jehovah's mark in your head is when you're studying Torah. Not watching YouTube, not watching TikTok, not being a goldfish with a mentality of about 2 seconds. It's studying Torah and learning Torah and learning about your husband Jehovah. That's what you're supposed to be doing. That's to seal your brain, your mind, your heart. That's what needs to be sealed. So you need to start doing it. You need to encourage other people to do it. And you need to start your study groups doing that. Learn Torah. So then it lists 12,000 from each of the 12 tribes, right? If the United States is Joseph and the United Kingdom is also Joseph, Ephraim and Manasseh, 12,000 people is nothing. Where should you be putting your emphasis? Where should you be putting your work right now? So we go through all 12 tribes, 12,000 from each tribe. We get down to verse 9. And after these things, I looked, and lo, a great multitude which no man could number. Now we can number 200 million man army coming from the east. So this number is greater than 200 million. And out of all nations and kindreds and people and tongues stood before the throne and before the Lamb, clothed with white robes, with palms in their hands. And they cried with a loud voice, saying, Salvation to our God sitting on the throne and to the Lamb. And all the angels stood around the throne, and the elders and the four living creatures, and they fell. They fell before the throne on their faces and worshiped Jehovah, saying, Amen. Blessing and glory and wisdom and thanksgiving and honor and power and might be to our God forever and ever. Amen. And one of the elders answered, saying to me, Who are these who are arrayed in white robes, and from where do they come? And I said to him, Sir, you know. And he said to me, These are the ones who came out of the great tribulation and have washed their robes and have whitened them in the blood of the Lamb. Therefore, they are before the throne of God, and they serve him day and night in his temple, and he, sitting on the throne, will dwell among them. They will not hunger anymore, nor thirst anymore, nor will the sun light on them, nor any heat. For the Lamb who is in the midst of the throne will feed them and will lead them to the fountains of the living waters, and God will wipe away all tears from their eyes. What are we supposed to be doing now? The 144,000 is 12,000 from each tribe. No matter what country you're in, if there's only 12,000 people, that's it. That number's done. Where can we get a larger crop? From the Gentile nations of the world. An innumerable multitude. You are not limited to 12,000. You're not limited to 100,000. You're not limited to 144,000. You're not even limited to 1 million people. What's the scripture? It says, those who seek to save their lives will lose them, and those willing to risk their lives for my name's sake will save them. Anybody know that scripture? You are called to do a work. You are not called to be an ostrich with your head in the ground and your butt exposed to the danger. You're called to do a work. That work is to teach the rest of the world about the Torah. That work is to explain what is going on in the world right now, and where can you find that in thank you, Randy. Matthew 16:25. For whoever desires to save his life shall lose it, and whoever desires to lose his life for my sake shall find it. Okay, look around the room here. All y'all, you're old. You're all old. Okay? If you died today, when will you be raised up again? 2033 at Shavuot. That's 10 years from now. 10 years. You're going to miss 10 years in world history. Are you afraid of death? If you understand what I'm saying, then you should not be afraid of it. Yeah, I'm afraid of it. Yes, I ran for cover in Israel. But am I going to give up my Jehovah to convert to something else to save my neck? Am I afraid to do this work because I could die? Okay, let's just assume we're all going to die. There, that's off the table now. So now go out and do the work. You're already going to die. So what, just get it done. There's an innumerable multitude, greater than 200 million man army that you have a chance to reach by teaching the Torah, by explaining these things, explaining the Jubilee cycles, explaining the holy days of Leviticus 23, explaining Leviticus 16. Study Leviticus 16. Study it over and over again. Understand who the goat is that is your sin offering. Understand who the goat is that is the one who brought sin into the world. Satan. Understand these things. Now go and teach everyone else. When you do that, this innumerable multitude, this you're given so many talents. You're doubling your talents by doing that. You learn by teaching. You learn by teaching. If you don't think you can teach, go and teach your cat. Explain it to your dog. If they don't want to pay attention, go and talk to your goldfish. Explain it to them. And then once you get good at explaining it to your goldfish, you'll be able to explain it to everybody on TikTok. Have that same mentality of about this much common sense. But you can teach. Go and teach. Open your mouth. Let the words come out. Pray to Jehovah. Help you to explain these things. Help people to understand, because right now, from now on, for the next 10 years, people are going to be confused because their Christian theology is going to be falling apart, and they're not going to understand what's going on, why these things are happening, and where we are in that chronology. But you do, and you need to explain it. That's you taking your 2 talents and making it 4, making your 5 talents and making it 10. Do not be the one who takes that one little talent that you have, your mouth, and bury it in the sand. Open your mouth. Speak out. You're going to be rebuked. You're going to be challenged. You're going to be hated. Okay, welcome to the club. It's a lonely club. We're scattered around the world. I've had the privilege in the last month to meet a few people in Aqaba, in Israel, in England, who all felt very much alone. We're not alone. We all have each other. But we have a work to do. I'm not saying I got all the answers here. I don't. I know I don't, but I'm still looking. I have a team of people that are helping me and who tell me off when I step out of line. And I can't fire them because they're volunteers, voluntold. But we need more people to do this work. We have the charts. We have the books. You do not have to reinvent the wheel. Yes, maybe some things need to be refined. I'm human. I'm studying the Torah the same as you are. And I'm sharing what I know, which not everyone does. So we've got 10 years. We don't have 10 years. We got 7 years. In 2030, we're going to be rescued. We're going to be taken by Filipinos, those little short brown people that nobody pays attention to, who are working in restaurants all around the world, who are janitors all around the world, who are nannies all around the world. Jehovah's already got his army set up around the world. And they're going to rescue us. and they're going to bring us back like a wave offering. And they're going to present us to Jehovah as a wave offering in 2030. What's a wave offering? You need to know what a wave offering is. That's what they're going to do for us. No, not that wave, Sombra. Football game. Again, these little details in Leviticus 23 are huge. These little details in Leviticus 16 are huge, and they're coming into play right now. There's going to be a whole lot of hurt. There's going to be a whole lot of pain. And there's going to be a whole lot of, I don't understand. And hopefully you can help explain it. So we have a job to do. This is not the time for us to hide and run. This is the time to speak up and speak out. And it's not going to be easy. And if, Somber, what's the scripture in Ezekiel about the hairs all being shaved off? I want to say Ezekiel 5. Is that it? Ezekiel 5, where he has to shave his whole body. Is it Ezekiel 5? I'm not sure.
I'm looking.
Steve Smith says yes. Is that yes to me or yes to something else? Okay.
I've got
me
Ezekiel
share my-
44, verse 20. They shall not shave their heads or let their locks grow long, but that's not what you're looking for,
No,
right?
that's not it. No.
It's
Sure,
where
sure.
he puts the hairs in his tallit and he throws some
Yes.
to the fire and some into the wind, etc.
Okay. They're saying Ezekiel 5 is the right one. Okay. Let me go to Ezekiel 5. Anyone know what verse? Oh, right there at the beginning. Okay, Ezekiel 5, verse 1. And you, son of man. So this is a prophecy. You, son of man, take a sharp sword to yourself. Take a barber's razor also, and cause it to pass on your head and on your beard. Then take scales to weigh and divide the hair. You shall burn 1/3, a third part. So let me say it again. You shall burn a third part with fire in the middle of the city when the days of siege are fulfilled. And you shall take a third part and beat around it with a sword, and you shall scatter a third part to the wind. And I will draw out a sword after them. If you go and read Leviticus 26, the final curse, this is exactly what it says in there. Verse 3. Also, you shall take a few of them in number and tie them into your skirt. So take a bunch of hairs, put them in the corner of your tallit, and wrap them up so that they are safe. Verse 4. And then take of them again and throw them into the middle of the fire and burn them in the fire, for a fire shall come forth from them into all the house of Israel. Now, did I just read that right? Because I always thought you were supposed to take just some of them, not all of them.
So is this a Nazirite vow, Joe?
Oh, is this a Nazirite vow? No.
Are you
No,
sure?
Yes. This is a prophecy for the end of this age. So says the Lord Jehovah, this is Jerusalem. I have set in the middle of the nations, and all around her are the lands. And she has changed my judgments into wickedness more than the nations, and defiled my laws more than the countries that are all around her. For they have rejected my judgments and my laws, and they have not walked in them. This is the part I'm struggling with. This is the part.
He's speaking
saw
specifically about a people, and he said
This is-
Jerusalem.
This is talking
So-
about 260 kids that just got slaughtered. They were not keeping his laws. They did not keep the Sabbath holy. They did not worshiping Jehovah on what they believed to be Shemini Atzeret. They were keeping Shemini Atzeret at the wrong time, but they weren't even keeping Shemini Atzeret. It was just an excuse to have a rave, to get drunk. to do drugs, and whatever else they do at a rave. Therefore, so says the Lord Jehovah, because you multiply more than the nations that are all around you, and have not walked in my laws, neither have kept my judgments, nor have done according to the judgments of the nations all around you. Therefore, so says Lord Jehovah, behold, I, even I, Jehovah, am against you, and will carry out judgments in your midst before the nations. The whole world just saw what took place. And I will do to you that which I have not done, and the like of which I will never do again, because of your abominations. So the fathers shall eat the sons in your midst. Again, I'm going to go there right after this. And the sons shall eat their fathers, and I will execute judgments in you, and I will scatter the whole remnant of you into all the world, into all the winds. Therefore, as I live, says Jehovah, surely because you have defiled my sanctuary with all your detestable things and with all your abominations, therefore I will also withdraw, nor shall my eye spare you, nor will I have any pity. And I'm praying for these IDF soldiers on the front line. I know them. I had my pictures taken with many of them. They're just young people. A third part of you shall die with the plague, and shall be consumed with the famine in your midst. What? And a third part shall fall by the sword all around you. And I will scatter a third part into all the winds, and I will draw out a sword after them. So my anger shall be fulfilled, and I will cause my fury to rest on them. He's going to spend his fury on these people, our brethren. And I will be comforted, and they shall know that I, Jehovah, have spoken it in my zeal, when I have fulfilled my fury in them. And I will make you a waste and a curse among the nations that are all around you, in the sight of all who pass by. What's happening on the daily news right now? They're all cursing Israel. So it shall be a reproach and a taunt, a chastening and a horror to the nations which are all around you, when I shall execute judgments against you in anger and in fury, and in rebukes among them. I, Jehovah, have spoken it. When I shall send on them the evil arrows of famine, listen carefully, which shall be for their ruin, which I will send to destroy you. Even I will increase the famine on you and break your staff of bread. Yea, I will send on you famine and evil beasts, and you will be bereaved, and pestilence and blood shall pass among you, and I shall bring a sword on you. I, Jehovah, have spoken. Let's now go right back to the same thing I've been saying since 2005,
Joe,
Leviticus 26.
before you go away from Ezekiel,
I've already gone away.
okay.
What?
Well, the question in the chat was, what do the hairs
Hang
represent?
on.
Ezekiel
Us.
5.
Us. They represent us.
Okay, but we have to go back and look at the Hebrew word. Okay,
Okay.
so the Hebrew word for hair,
Which word am I looking at?
your verse 1, I think, chapter 1, verse 1, the last word.
Okay.
So
Hair. Oh, the hair has been added there.
right. So it says halak, which means to be smooth, by implication, smooth stones, to apportion or separate, to deal, distribute, divide.
Hang on.
flatter.
Well, back up. Where did you get this word halak? Because the word hair has been added. There's no verse to
Okay,
go and check.
behind, okay, go the word behind it. Divide.
Divide?
Yeah. So we're making something smooth. We're making the head smooth.
Okay, so I'm looking, let me just, can't see this right now. Let me slide this down.
So we've got a third of the portion that we're going to be putting into the fire, and a third of the portion. It's not really about hair. It's a share. It's not about hair.
Well, the dividing here, well, hang on, it's about hair because he's shaving his whole body.
I
The word
understand
divide
that.
is. Okay, carry on then, make your case.
Okay, so the picture is we're taking off the hair. In other words, we're humbling something or someone, right? We're removing their hair. That's never a good picture. That's always a picture of humbling or taking away someone's honor. So we're doing that, and then what are we doing? We're dividing it. We're dividing it into parts. What are we dividing? I mean, by implication we say hair, right? But what are we dividing? We're just dividing those that have been humiliated, or those that have been humbled, those that need to repent.
Well, implication is talking about the head, so you're taking a barber's razor to the head, so it has to be concerning hair.
The value is not on the word hair, though. The value is on the fact that the person is shorn and it's smooth.
Humbled.
Okay. Are we splitting hairs here? I don't see what you're saying.
Well, somebody asked the question, what does the hair mean? Well, if you're going to add the word hair in there, then you're going to put in, oh, it's about my honor and my glory. No, because that's what the word hair means. It means it's your honor and your glory. So maybe look up beard, which Patty said, which is a good idea.
It talks about the balance to weigh it. You're cutting it off and you're weighing it in the balance.
Right. So the word beard is the word zakan. It just means beard. It's related to old age. It's related to elders and being old. So it's not related to glory or honor.
Okay, so I'm still not sure what your point is, because we're talking about the shaving. You don't shave a head, a bald head. There's nothing there to shave. You shave a head that has hair on it. You shave a
Right.
beard because it's hair. You're
Okay,
shaving
but
the body of the hairs.
The story is not about hair. The story is about humbling. The story is about,
It's about being, he's going to destroy a third of the hair. He's going to destroy a third of the people.
people,
He's going
right?
to cause a third of them to be destroyed by sword, and a third of them to be destroyed by famine and plague. Hair don't eat food. It's people. The hairs represent people here.
Right.
Right? Okay, so back to Leviticus now, 26. And we start in verse 14. I'm going to skip verse 14. These are the punishments leading up to where we are now. Which one do I want? Okay, so we can start here. Go back to the English. And if you will walk contrary to me and will not listen to me, I will bring 7 times more plagues on you according to your sins. Again, we've always talked about this 7 times more being a sabbatical cycle. I will also send wild beasts among you who shall bereave you. There's that word bereave again. And I will destroy your cattle and make you few, and your highways shall be deserted. So this is a plague. And you will not be reformed. And if so, this plague happened. I think you remember COVID. And if you will not be reformed by me, by these things, if this is not enough and you continue to sin, but will still walk contrary to me, then I will walk contrary to you, and I will punish you 7 times more for your sins, and I will bring a sword on you. So this is the word sword that I assume to be the word war. Guess what's happening right now, Israel? Now, I've apologized for maybe getting this wrong in the middle of the sabbatical cycle, but I'm also saying it's right. We're now at war. And the world is massing in the Middle East because it fears a regional global war because of this stupid little nation called Gaza. And I will bring a sword on you that shall execute the vengeance of the covenant. What is the covenant? Mount Sinai, the Ten Commandments, the vengeance. These are the things that are going to happen to you when you don't obey. And when you are gathered inside your cities, I will send the plague among you, and you shall be delivered into the hand of the enemy. It doesn't say we're going to be victorious here and win this war. This is the fourth curse of the fourth sabbatical cycle. Listen to what I'm saying. And you shall be delivered into the hand of the enemy. This is not talking about 722 BC. This is talking about now. This is the fourth curse of the fourth sabbatical cycle. The start of the 10 days of awe are about to begin. We're at the end of the fourth sabbatical cycle. This sabbatical year right now, 2023, is the end. And that ends at Aviv. And I will bring a sword on you that shall execute the vengeance of the covenant, because you did not obey the covenant. And when you are gathered inside your cities, I will send the plague. Are we going to get another COVID pandemic? Are all you people going to go crazy with all your conspiracies? Don't get the vaccine. Don't get this. Don't take the drugs. Don't do what they're saying. Don't listen to them. Is that what you're going to do again? Or are you going to see this as a curse from Jehovah and tell people about what Jehovah's doing? We're going to find out very soon. And you shall be delivered into the hand of the enemy. When I have broken the staff of your bread. Did we not just read this in Ezekiel? The hares aren't worried about the bread. When I've broken the staff of your bread, 10 women shall bake your bread in one oven. Yes, I can have 10 wives. Shoot me now, please. 10 women going like this is going to make me insane. Give them coffee and they're going to go like this even more. Well, I already dealt with a bunch of women in the Abraham hostel, all going like this with all their ideas about what's going to happen next. Shoot me now, please. When I have broken the staff of your bread, 10 women shall bake your bread in one oven, and they shall deliver your bread again by weight, and you shall eat and not be satisfied. That is the fourth curse. That's the cycle we're in now. And each of these curses is added to the next one. Verse 27, and if you will not, we're now going to give you the fifth curse, the one that's coming in the next sabbatical cycle. And if you will not for all this listen to me, but will walk contrary to me, then I will walk contrary to you. Also in fury. Jehovah is going to act in fury. He's going to be like the wild man, losing his mind, run for cover. And I, Jehovah, even I, Jehovah, will chastise you 7 times for your sins. And you shall eat the flesh of your sons and the flesh of your daughters. You shall eat exactly what Ezekiel just said concerning part of the hairs. And I will destroy your high places and cut down your images and throw your carcasses on the carcasses of your idols. And my soul, Jehovah's soul, this Holy Spirit that people talk about, will despise you. And I will make your cities waste and cause your sanctuaries to be deserted. And I will not smell the savor of your sweet odors. And I will turn the land into a wasteland, and your enemies who dwell in it shall be astonished at it. In the past, I've always stopped here at the eating your flesh and of your sons and daughters, because people could not take it. Rarely do I carry on into this verse, because people were still hung up about the past stuff. And I will scatter you among the nations and will draw out a sword after you. Exactly what Ezekiel just said, scattering them around and then taking a sword after those hairs. and draw the sword after you, and your land shall be waste, and your cities waste. Then shall the land enjoy its Sabbaths, as long as it lies waste, and you are in your enemy's land. Then shall the land rest and enjoy its Sabbath. People say this is talking about the state of Israel. It's not. It's talking about the people of Israel, you and I, all around the world, who do not obey God now, who do not keep the land rest now, wherever we are, who do not keep the Sabbaths now or the holy days now, wherever we are, who say it's only for in the land of Israel. It's not. The whole earth is his. The whole universe is his. The whole universe is going to obey. As long as it lies waste, it shall rest, because it did not rest in your Sabbath when you lived on it. And on those of you that are left, those of you who survived the war, those of you who survived the famine, those of you who survived the plague, I will send a faintness into your hearts in the lands of your enemies. Do you know what that is? When Nehemiah came through Aqaba and told me they were going to flatten the land of Gaza, I'm in Jordan. I'm in a Muslim country. The riots have already started in Amman. The faintness in my heart of what have I done in coming here, or what do I do now? That was a real anxious moment that I had then. And, you know, it wasn't until we were on the last leg out of Dublin that I actually started to feel happy about leaving. It wasn't until Dublin, but that anxiousness, this is what he's talking about here. And on those of you that are left, I will send faintness into their hearts and into the lands of their enemies, and the sound of a driven leaf shall chase them. We fled Jerusalem. Why? Because Hamas was gathering on the northern border. On Saturday and Sunday, or not Hamas, Hezbollah was on the northern border. Hamas on Saturday and Sunday was running rampant throughout all the cities around Gaza. They were here, they were there, they were everywhere. They were going up to Ashkelon. We didn't know what was true and what was false, because people don't put a check on their mouth and double check their facts. We didn't know what we were hearing. And the sound of a driven leaf shall chase them, and they shall flee as if fleeing from a sword, and they shall fall when none pursues. And they shall fall on one another as if it were a sword, before a sword, when no one pursues. And you shall have no power to stand before your enemies. Look at the massive number of people running for a bomb shelter. How many millions of people have fled the area around Gaza? How many millions have fled the area around Lebanon? Now, how many millions fled the state of Israel? Evacuated out. Nobody was chasing us, you know. And you shall have no power to stand before your enemies, and you shall perish among the nations, and the land of your enemies shall eat you up. And they that are left of you shall putrefy in their iniquity in the lands of your enemies, and also they shall putrefy with them in the iniquities of their fathers. Here's the cure. Verse 40. If, the biggest words in the Bible, if they shall confess their willfulness and the willfulness of their fathers with their sin, which they sinned against me, and that also they walk contrary to me, I also will walk contrary to them and will bring them into the land of their enemies. If then their uncircumcised hearts are humbled, and they then pay for their iniquity, then I will remember my covenant with Jacob, and also my covenant with Isaac, and also my covenant with Abraham. I will remember, and I will remember the land. The land also shall be forsaken by them, and they shall enjoy its Sabbaths, while it lies without waste without them. And they shall accept the punishment of their iniquities. You must accept your punishment. Because they despise my judgment, you're cursing God for punishing you? Are you bigger than God? That's what I'm doing now. I'm arguing with God what he's done. Am I bigger than God? Am I more righteous than God? I'm not. But I think I can argue with him. I shouldn't. I can't. Yet my stupidity is Jehovah is righteous. I am not, nor are you. Why are we arguing with him? And they shall accept the punishment of their iniquities, because they despised my judgments, and because their soul hated my statutes. And yet for all that, when they are in the land of their enemies, I will not cast them away, neither will I hate them, to destroy them utterly, and to break my covenant with them. For I am Jehovah their God. But for their sake, I will remember the covenant of their ancestors. Not for your sake. He's going to remember the covenant he made with Abraham. And because of that, he's going to spare us, those who survive. I remember the covenant of their ancestors, who I brought forth out of the land of Egypt in the sight of the heathen, so that I might be their God. I am Jehovah. These are the statutes and judgments and the laws which Jehovah made between him and the sons of Israel in Mount Sinai by the hand of Moses. And if you do not know the Torah, if you do not know the things that Moses wrote, because he wrote about Yeshua, then you don't know Yeshua, and you will be told, I never knew you. We're in some scary times. And it's just the beginning. Now, people said this 100 times before, and they thought there was the end then. What makes us think it is now? Because the 10 days of awe begin in 2024. The 10 days of awe, which is to start with the Feast of Trumpets, which is the blowing of the shofar, and then the 7 trumpets in Book of Revelation are referring back to the blowing of the shofar. That is judgment on the world. We need each other. I need your eyes to help see these things so we can announce it together. We need each other. The only one that we can excuse here and let go would be Sombra. But I think because Stuart's got to vote on the executive board, he's going to object. I'm only kidding, Sombra. I love you.
What did I do?
Nothing. You were napping. Okay. So again, we need each other. We need all of each other. You know, the baby toe. This is what I've said in Israel a number of times. The baby toe. What purpose is the baby toe? It can't feed me. It can't clean out my ear. You know, my baby finger can do that, but not my baby toe. So if I lose the baby toe, it won't matter until I've lost the baby toe and can't walk. There are some parts of the body that are the eyes. Other parts of the body are the mouth. Other parts of the hair that get shaved off. Some parts of the anus.
Last week you called us snot.
What?
Last week you called us snot.
I never called you snot. I said some parts of the body might be. I didn't call you that. We all have a purpose, but we all got to be acting and working for the body. and the body is Jehovah. The kingdom is Jehovah's. And that's what we got to be working for. Not your rules, not your interpretation of what the law is. So, again, I've probably gone on a lot longer than I wanted to, but I wanted to explain some of the things that are going on. I wanted to explain, where we stand in the abomination part. The shrine is there. The thing that happened in October 7th and 6th, it's there. The immediate punishment is there. The fury of Jehovah hasn't even gotten started. Okay, hasn't even gotten started. It's a sealing of the saints that we need to do right now. So, okay, I'm going to throw it open. If you guys got questions or stuff you want to talk about, now's the time we can do that. How do you say this? Stefferson? How do you say your name? You got to unmute yourself.
Jefferson.
Stefferson. Welcome, sir.
Don't be scared. I'm from Philippines.
Well, yeah, I'm scared of all the Filipinos.
I just want to let you know, I'm of God too, but I just happen to come from the Philippines.
Oh, well, you're welcome. Thank you. I'm about to head back there. I have work. I got to get going there again. So are you in the Philippines now?
No, I'm in Ontario.
You're in Ontario. Ah, you're just down the road from me then somewhere.
Yeah.
Is this your first time here?
Second time.
Second time. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Anyone else got anything they want to say? Now's the time. Candy.
Yeah, I was kind of just as you were talking, what really stood out to me was Joshua 1:8, that we're to meditate, that this book of the law. So in other words, we know it's the law. We're to meditate on it day and night. And this is the books that you're talking about, the first 5 books, but it's also echoed in the Second Testament as well. This is what we're supposed to do day and night, and people don't do that. They become this Sunday worshiping people where they go to church and everything's great. They sing, everybody's having a great time, and it's all about, look at me, and coming together and having fellowship. But it's not got anything to do with what the scriptures are even saying. They're weekend warriors. They leave, and at the very next day, or even as they're walking out of the church, they forget everything that the word is telling them to do, including being there on Sunday. And it's just a simple line right there: meditate on it day and night. They're missing the whole message.
There were groups of people in Israel going from prayer house to prayer house. They got these prayer houses everywhere. And people go there and they pray, and not so much pray, but have praise and banner waving and dancing. And they kept asking me to go. And I'd ask them, what are you doing there? And they'd say this, that, and the other thing. And I'd say, no. They don't obey God.
Yeah.
They're doing what they think is a great thing. They're praying and dancing and waving a banner and yeehaw, I'm holier than thou. And yet they don't obey God. They didn't keep Shabbat. They didn't keep the holy days. I don't care what calendar you're on. They didn't keep any of them. They just wanted to have I'm going to feel good about my feelings. And when my feelings are feeling good, then I know I'm close to God. But that's not what he says. So yeah, we have to obey God. And the first 5 books tell you how to do that. And to say that they're done away with is is swallowing the stupid pill.
I was so shocked when I sat down with my pastor at the time. This was 9 years ago when I first met you, and I was bringing to him all the things that he was showing me, because I was reading the scriptures, and he said to me in the Bible, he said, what is my name and what is my son's name if you know it? well, I didn't grow up in a church. And I'm like, well, yeah, your name, God, Lord, Father, those are titles. Those aren't names. I'm like, I don't know. What is your name? Like, I have no idea because I have no Bible that says your name. So when I was talking to my pastor about that, and he goes, well, it's Jehovah or Yahweh. I can't remember how he said it. And I said, well, why don't we call him that? And why don't we call him Yeshua? Because Yeshua, I mean, it's the same picture when Joshua led them across over the Jordan. It's the same picture, same name. And I said, we don't talk about any of this. And he said, well, this is just what this church believes. And I said, well, what do you believe? Because you're the one that's leading these people. It doesn't matter what your church or your system that you're part of believes. What do you believe that you're teaching to everyone? And he said, well, of course I know that that's the names and all these things. He says, but he says, if I go and do what you're saying there, we will lose our funding as a church. We won't be under the Catholic Church anymore, what they say that we have to do to be called a church, and we'll lose our funding and I'll lose my job. And I said, wow, you're going to lose a hell of a lot more than your job when you have to face God at the end. And he was so upset with me, but it was such a strange experience to sit there and talk to someone about why he still puts Christmas trees on the stage, why he has lights up, why they celebrate Easter instead of Passover and all this other stuff. And he thought, he said, maybe you need to find another place. And I said, yeah, I think so. Like, I was done. I couldn't get over that he was more, he wanted to be right with the government, not right with God. It blew my mind.
A lot of pastors out there, they have a pension that they've been paying into, and now at the end of their career, if they leave, they're not going to get the pension. So again, that's what I found in the Worldwide Church of God group. But some did, and then they just repeated everything over with a smaller pension, but they just didn't change.
No.
So again, there's a lot of things going on. We, I can tell anybody here to take a hike at any time. I don't care how much money you think you're giving me, because it doesn't matter. That's not why I'm here. I'm not here to babysit. I'm not here to gain a following. I'm here to tick off Somber as much as I can. And I seem to be winning at that a lot of the time. But my job that I see that I'm doing is to get people to come back and begin to obey God. I think I've said that in every book that I've written. You have to return to God. So I continue to say that when I point out people's sins, the syncretization that they do with Jehovah, with all their other stuff, that makes people mad. Okay, I don't care. I'm going to tell you. At least I've told you. So anyway, I hope that if I ever become complacent or I don't know, if I ever become like a church pastor, I hope you all tell me. And
no problem.
Randy, I'm looking at him, but thank you. Josie, welcome. Go ahead. You had your hand up before.
I did. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Welcome. Where are you from?
Hi, I'm in Winnipeg.
Oh, no.
And I was born on the South Shore of Montreal. And
double oh no.
Yeah, I escaped. We were sent away after I was born between the two referendums, right? And I was like English, so it's a dangerous place to be. Anyway, then I spent 10 years in like Burlington, Ontario, and then I moved to Winnipeg, and then my life got paused for like 14 years while I had children and we lived in an abusive home. Anyway, 18 months ago,
just remember, Josie, this is being recorded.
I know. I'm keeping it. Yeah. Anyway, so yes, I live here, but it's like I just live here. You know what I mean? To me, it doesn't matter where we live, but I'm feeling really it's strange because I am a fatherless child, And my children are now fatherless children. And my mother told me when I was little that that the Lord protects and cares for the widows and the fatherless, like the widows and the orphans, and that we would be okay. And we were always okay. And I'm feeling like we're okay, but we're also like in the middle of a place. We're in a place that is filled with people with completely different beliefs, and I don't know that we'll be safe. You know what I mean? Like my kids are the only white kids in the school. And I'm wondering if I should flee. I've been like feeling on and off, like we need to go somewhere else, but then when I'm not moving, I'm here, I'm okay. It's okay. Do you know what I mean? I don't know how to explain it otherwise. I don't know how to explain it otherwise.
You've been called by Jehovah.
Mm-hmm.
You've been called to this way of life, and I don't know how long you've been doing this. How long you've been keeping the Sabbath and holy days?
Well, okay. So I've known to keep them and the Sabbath only for like maybe 6 months, but I didn't actually know how to do the holy days. And your website specifically on your PowerPoint about the holy days says that you will not tell us how to do them. So I just kept them, but didn't do anything because I don't know how to keep them. But I'm studying that. And yeah, we keep the Sabbath. Like today's Sabbath. Like I saw the moon yesterday and I was so excited it was Sabbath, and I told my kids and we're all excited, and they it's really great. Like we say affirmations before bed, and we say like we keep the Sabbath, we keep the commandments, and we know his name, and then we say his name, and it's a wonderful thing. But with your timeline, I've been feeling like it's approaching, like this approaching end for a long time, but I haven't said it because people would think I'm crazy, and I don't really have anyone to talk to. So I'm starting to think like it would be great if I took them out of school and all we did was study Torah.
Yeah, I'm not going to tell you to take them out of school, nor am I going to tell you to move.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you that you've been called. And the only reason you're keeping the Sabbath and learning about the holidays is because Jehovah's taken the veil off your eyes. It's got nothing to do with me. I'm just one of the teachers that he's raised up to help people once he's called them to learn about these things. So Jehovah has called you. And when you stop and think about that, out of 8 billion people, he chose you. Now, again, Samba's got a thing. I wouldn't have chose you for my team. Because you're not big, you're strong and muscular, but he did. And, he chose Somber too. Again, somebody else I would not have picked. She's also from Montreal. I wouldn't have picked her. She's also not far from Winnipeg. I wouldn't have picked her, but he did. So he's called all of us, and he's going to continue to call more people that are going to have less understanding, but have just been called 2 and 3 days before, and they woke up and suddenly they saw what it said. So that is what you have to remember. But that's not your get out of jail card. That's not your I'm into the kingdom card, because you still got to continue to grow. You got to continue to walk towards him. You've got to continue to learn about him. This is the first 5 books. You've got to continue to want to know your husband. Your husband is Jehovah. And you got to want to know him, which is, again, the wedding dance is going around your groom 7 times. Part of that is to get to know him. You're not examining him for defects, but you're submitting to him each time that you go around, each Sabbath, each annual holy day, each 7th year sabbatical rest, each time you count out the 7 weeks to Shavuot, each time you keep the 7 days of unleavened bread, each time you keep the 7 days of Sukkot, each time you count out the 7 sabbatical or Jubilee or sabbatical years to the Jubilee year. Each one is a sevening of yourself, an oathing of yourself to Jehovah. And that's the purpose of going around him. You are pledging an oath or an allegiance to Jehovah, returning back to the covenant of Mount Sinai. That's what you have to do. That's, you say you got nobody, you don't know how to teach, you got nobody to teach. You're teaching your kids. That's the same as teaching a whole nation, because your kids have the potential to become a great nation. And when you teach your kids, the women in the Bible that are mentioned were mentioned because they were obeying God and teaching their kids to obey God. It's a tremendous privilege that you have to teach your kids Jehovah. So, the women are the backbone of all the economies or all the societies and all the great nations. If they are righteous before Jehovah and they're teaching their kids, we have the next generation being raised up to obey God. And it's a powerful position to be in. So, keep studying Torah. Don't think that you can't contribute because you don't know anything. You're teaching your kids everything you already know, and you're going to continue to learn more. So I hope that we can continue to help teach you some things here and, challenge you or let you ask questions here. And I hope you can come back and do that. So welcome. And I like your name, Joe. For that reason, I picked you for my team. Nathan, welcome, Nathan. Shalom. How are you?
Shabbat Shalom. So just 2 points. I'm going to point out you're pointing out the curse of terror on the guilty.
Nathan, you're sounding very tinny and very echoey, so you need to talk slower so I can hear what you're saying.
Okay, so 2 points. You're pointing out the curse of terror. The curse of terror was on the guilty. I think it's clear that some people in Israel that died were innocent, whether they were Israeli or Palestinian. There were babies that were beheaded. There were people who weren't worshiping an idol. There are people who probably been raised in Torah, and they still died. So I'm just going to raise the point of the fifth seal. So the fifth seal, would you say the fifth seal is open and we're in between the fifth seal and the sixth seal? And another point on that is that map, that calendar behind you on the bottom right, on the left, in the purple column, it says 3024. A day is like 1,000 years to the Lord. Yeah. And the 3024, exactly 1,000 years before that is 2024. So what I'm seeing is we're in between the fifth and sixth seal. So the sixth seal is going to be open 2024. What do you have?
But you've just made a mistake by going by 1,000 years.
Okay.
It's not 1,000 years, 980 years.
Okay.
So redo your calculation using 980. Yes, a day is like 1,000 years, but it's actually 980. So then you jump to using the 1,000 years in your process there.
Okay. What about the fifth seal? Are we there? Has it been opened? What do you say on that?
Well, I believe we're entering into the fifth seal when the saints are going to be persecuted. And you mentioned about the babies that were decapitated and killed and slaughtered. And that's the part I'm wrestling as well with Jehovah. I'm mad at him about this, but as I said, he's the judge. And I think we just read it in Leviticus 26 or Ezekiel 5. He's the judge. And we have got to come to grips with that. As horrendous as the decapitation and the burning alive of the babies. And I've showed all of that on my Telegram so that people see it and don't forget it. Yeah, there's a part of me that's arguing and fighting with Jehovah. And I don't have an answer, except that he is Jehovah. He is the judge. We don't know what's going on in those families. We don't know anything about what they were doing. We assume, because they're Jewish and the Shemini Atzeret, that they were doing Shemini Atzeret. Those people at the rave, they weren't doing Shemini Atzeret. So again, there's for me, and Nathan, you know me, I'm thinking, I'm pondering, I'm mad, and I'm mad at God, and I'm wrestling with trying to process all these things that are happening, because the atrocities that are going to come are going to be a lot more and a lot worse. I don't know if that answers your question. Then I guess
No, that's thank you.
okay. Is that it? Is that all? I know you. There's
That's
never
good enough.
all.
Good enough. We're good. I'm
Okay,
gonna say between the 5th and 6th seal. I'm still that's where we are.
yeah, it's a, the 6th one is going to be stars falling from heaven and the great earthquake. So I'm looking, where is that? When is that? Is that the great earthquake in which 7,000 people die? I don't know. Again, we're watching, we're trying to understand, trying to put it together, but we're near, the 10 days of awe is about to begin 2024. Is it begin at after the fall feast days? Possibly. Where exactly we are, this is all for debate. And as you know, as I've said to you many times, 2020 is always looking back afterwards.
All right.
Liam, okay, and Nathan, I'll be down to see you very soon, so get ready. Lee and Bree, I guess this is Lee. Go ahead.
Yeah, just unmuted. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Just unmuted. Can you hear me okay? All right.
Yes, sir.
So basically, I got a question. It's
okay.
Primarily a question for basically everybody concerned. What I do on Thursdays here in Clark Fork is I provide blocks of instruction on how to be resilient through disastrous conditions. And even before the 7th, lots and lots of people, even in this happy-go-lucky area, can feel it. They feel there is something on the horizon. They can just feel it. So they're showing up to this class that I've got set up as requested by the fire chief and the mayor to understand some, I guess you could say it's almost like prepper, but I don't go into a lot of things that other prepper people type do, right? And what I bring to their attention at all points is it doesn't matter what you've stored, what you think you have, what you supposedly might acquire, because when I just call it, I say, when time is up and game is over, you can't take it with you anyway. You better know what it is and where it is that you plan on spending eternity. And the simple point that I make is I've gone through an awful lot of different types of churches, I guess you could say, and lots of different teachings throughout. We started Roman Catholic, but the big point is we're all here, and everybody keeps asking, so what is our purpose with all this going on? And I said, Yahweh gave us the opportunity to make decisions, because to love someone cannot be forced. That would be rape. Okay. So you have a choice, and all day long and every day of your life, you're given an opportunity to make choices. Well, what good does all those choices do? Well, it gives Yahweh the opportunity to figure out, are you somebody he wants to spend eternity with, or do you complain and whine or refuse to do what you know you're supposed to do, equivocate and rationalize and just try to get out of it the best you can, like, some 4-year-old kid or whatever. And so I don't go into great detail on religion unless somebody follows up and asks me. So the last class that I just got through giving was just a little bit about first aid. It had nothing to do with the following conversation, where I went to go get a sandwich at a place called the Pantry, and a elderly couple, well, as old as I am, couple, saw my tsetse, and the lady asked me, she says, "Torah observant?" I said, "Well, I'm trying to be Torah pursuant. I'm doing what I can. I'm observing what I can." And a conversation started. And so they had no intentions to coming into that particular shop for a sandwich. And I really hadn't thought about it much. But as soon as I sat down and they saw the tsetse, they started a conversation. They've only been into Torah, attempting to understand how it plays with the New Testament scriptures, and asked me, and I said, as I understand it, there is a time relativity to it, there's a cultural relativity to it, and then there might be just little idiosyncrasies or colloquialisms or inside jokes, whatever, that the people of that time and of that era and of that culture understood way better than we do. And so she was asking me if I could give her an example. And I said, I found out that the story of Lazarus, where he's supposed to be at the bosom of Abraham, well, that's all well and good. It's a pretty cool story, pretty clear, whatever. But I recently found out that it was from Yeshua making a point to the fact that the Jewish people were under the impression that because of the righteousness of Abraham, that they've always got a get into heaven for free card. It didn't matter what they did or who they were, just because they were born Jewish. And Yeshua made a point of the fact that a person who they would have looked down on because of the fact that he had ailments, injuries, and was poor, he must be cursed by Yahweh, right? Was the one that was at the bosom of Abraham. So that kind of, okay, fine. So now I understand that he was actually doing a dig on these people who believed that they had it all figured out. So my question comes down to the crew here, everybody there. What do you suggest as far as bringing more scripture to the actual training that I'm doing? Or do you think that the telling people how to survive a situation rather than just suck it up, drive on, and expect to die? I'm confused. Yeah.
You're in a different situation where you're talking to secular people. So wherever I go, I sort of judge my audience. And when I'm speaking in the Philippines, Ike brings me into different groups. I ask what does this group believe before I begin to speak? And I try and talk to them at the level that they are at. So throwing scriptures at someone who is doesn't want to be preached to isn't going to help them to understand. So, but you can talk to them in their own language, and explain things from that perspective. So you got to know your audience is basically what I do. Here, I assume
I have a very diverse audience, so.
Okay, so then depending on where the majority of them are, so like in this audience here, I go back, we've seen the number of new people here today, so I went back and explained things a little bit more than I normally would. Other times, I've been saying the same thing here for a long time. I assume they understand, and I can just jump right in. You're going to have to figure out your audience and know that, okay, these are basically all good Christians. Okay, so I can talk to them from, if I start using Paul, then they'll understand some of the things that Paul said. If they, again, so if they are better than that, and if they are got a mixture of Sabbath keeping in there, you can bring in some of that teaching. You got to know your audience, and because otherwise, if they don't hear you, then there's no point in talking. You've got to reach them at a level that they can understand,
Okay. I got you.
right? Candace, you're going to address that?
Yeah, so correct me if I'm wrong, Lee, but you're talking to a bunch of people that are preppers, right? Or wanting to learn to be preppers. Maybe or asking them
Well,
why
that's the surprising part.
why are they preppers?
Sorry, go
what are
ahead.
they prepping for? Is maybe ask them the question. Why do they think they need to be prepped? What do they think is coming? Where do they think it's actually coming from? Who do they think is actually making it happen? And then maybe bring it in from that angle.
And then a question I would ask, just on top of
Right.
that, when you get to you survive whatever disaster you think is coming, you've prepped for, you survived it, and then what? Then what?
Exactly.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't hear you.
I agree.
Oh, you do? Okay.
I agree.
Okay. There's a bit of a lag in your response. We're talking over each other. So again, I would know the audience. You can try and lead them into a discussion. If I'm going to a prep class for how to survive the next disaster, I'm not sure I would want to be preached to by somebody I don't know their background. And I do that with it. You know, somebody wants to come and pray with me, I don't normally let them do it unless I know from where they're coming from. So if
Right.
I was in your audience, I would want to know, okay, where are you coming from? What's the purpose of prepping? What is the ultimate goal here? When you come out the other side, are you just going to be another barbarian like everybody else? Or are you going to be in a society that's obeying God? Again, you get to lead your audience because you're the instructor. You get to lead them by asking the right question to get them to start thinking it. So like even here, you know, when we do have our midrashes, we're not so much having a midrash today, but I will direct a question to try and get them to look at something in a different angle. Somebody else will raise up a different question, and all of a sudden we'll turn a different way and look at something from another point of view. You get to ask those questions and lead the audience in that.
All right, thank you.
So Glenn's got a good response there. The only place of safety is in the palm of his hand. And how do you get there? So.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for saying hello. Anyone else got anything they want to talk about? Otherwise, I think.
Question.
Oh, is that Bree?
Question. It's Bree.
Bree.
It's concerning the Amidah prayer that we're doing. Portion of the fathers. It says, who bestows grace and creates all and remembers the righteousness of the fathers, and it says, brings the Redeemer to their children's children. Shouldn't we say brought a Redeemer?
Well,
Yeshua was here.
Okay, so you're talking about a grammatical issue, and I'm writing them straight out of the Siddur, and I'm only copying their grammar, and you know, we're not redeemed yet because we're still sitting here. We're not saved yet because we're still sitting here. You know, I mean, we are being saved. We have been saved. We will be saved. It's nitpicking at grammar, and it's not worth being upset about. Say it how you want to say it, because that's it. That is not the important part. If that is the way that makes it feel better for you, then go ahead and change the grammar. That's fine. I'm just saying I just copied it straight out of the Siddur.
Yeah, I'm not negating what you're doing. I'm just thinking for myself, like Yeshua was born, you know. Yes. He's the Redeemer. And we still purifying ourselves too. I understand that I am not redeemed. I still need to walk the walk.
Right. And I'm telling you, this is a Jewish document. This is a Jewish document, so you've got to take it for what it is. And if you choose to change it, then that's fine. I have no problems with that. There are messianic Siddurs if you want to find those. This is how I was trained, and so this is the book I use.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I'm not saying you saying anything wrong. I'm just saying for what, I just wondered.
Yeah.
The wording the way it is.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Randy, I think we might get ready to do the Torah portion, see how far we can get with that. I'm just checking any other questions. They got anything about anything I've said today? If not, then, okay, let's start. We're going to do the Torah portion. I have no idea what it is even. I didn't even check that. I'm sorry. And guess what? I never updated it in the newsletter. I completely forgot to do that. My bad. So Randy, what is the Torah portion for today?
We have Deuteronomy 12. Glenn will be reading that for us. 1 Chronicles 10. We have Shauna reading that. 1 Chronicles 11. Barry reading that. Philippians 1. Scott reading that. And Philippians 2. We have Candy.
Okay. Glenn, if you're ready to go, sir, you can.
I am ready.
Hang on, Glenn. We'll do the blessing of the readers.
Ah, yeah, sorry.
Yep.
Who's got that?
I got that. Right. He who blessed our forefathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, may he bless Glenn, Shauna, Barry, Scott, and Candy, for they have come up to raise the Torah. And as a reward for this, may the Holy One, blessed is he, protect them and rescue them from every trouble and distress, from every plague and illness, and may he send blessing and success in their every endeavor, together with all Israel, their brethren. Now let us all respond. Amen.
Amen. And for those of you that are new, what we do is we do the Torah portion according to the 3.5 year cycle. So we go through each Torah portion twice in a 7-year cycle. And that's because we're doing the sabbatical year. So that's the way we're going to do it. And sometimes I interrupt, but we generally let the reader finish the chapter, and then we're going to talk about what it means and what it says. And if you got questions about it, that's when we can raise our hands and ask questions and debate it. Okay.
All right.
Can I ask Glenn now? Am I okay? Am I?
Yeah,
It's
good.
been so long since I've been
Good
here.
to go.
Deuteronomy 12. These are the laws and right rulings which you guard to do in the land which Jehovah Elohim of your fathers is giving you to possess all the days that you live on the land. Completely destroy all the places where the nations which you are dispossessing served their mighty ones, on the high mountains and on the hills and under every green tree. And you shall break down their altars and destroy their pillars and burn their asherim with fire. And you shall cut down the carved images of their mighty ones and shall destroy their names out of that place. Do not do so to the Jehovah your Elohim, but seek the place which Jehovah your Elohim chooses out of all your tribes to put his name there for his dwelling place, and there you shall enter. And there you shall take your burnt offerings and your tithes and the contributions of your hand and your vowed offerings and your voluntary offerings and the firstlings of your herd and of your flock. And there you shall eat before Jehovah your Elohim, and shall rejoice in all that you put your hand to, you and your households, in which Jehovah your Elohim has blessed you. Do not do all that we do here today, each one whatever is right in his own eyes, because you have not yet entered the rest and the inheritance which Jehovah your Elohim is giving you. But you shall pass over the Jordan, and you shall dwell in the land which Jehovah your Elohim is giving you to inherit. And he shall give you rest from all your enemies round about, and you shall dwell in safety. And it shall be that unto the place which Jehovah your Elohim chooses to make his name, dwell there. There you are to bring all that I command you, your burnt offerings and your tithes and the contributions of your hand, and all your choice offerings which you vow to Jehovah. And you shall rejoice before Jehovah your Elohim, you and your sons and your daughters and your male servants and your female servants, and the Levite who is within your gates, since he has no portion nor inheritance with you. Guard yourself that you do not offer your burnt offerings in every place that you see, except in the place where Jehovah chooses in one of your tribes. There you are to offer your burnt offerings, and there you are to do all that I command you. Only whatever your being desires, you shall slaughter and eat, according to the blessings of Jehovah, your Elohim, which he has given you, within all your gates. The unclean and the clean do eat of it, and the gazelles and the deer alike. Only the blood you do not eat, pour it on the earth like water. You are not allowed to eat within your gates the tithe of your grain, or of your new wine, or of your oil, or of the firstlings of the herd of your flock, or of any of your offerings which you vow, or of your voluntary offerings, or of the contribution of your hand. But eat them before Jehovah your Elohim in the place where Jehovah your Elohim chooses. You and your son and your daughter and your male servant and your female servant and the Levite who is within your gates, and you shall rejoice before Jehovah your Elohim in all that you put your hands to. Guard yourself that you do not forsake the Levite as long as you live in your land. When Jehovah your Elohim enlarges your border, as he has promised you, and you say, let me eat meat, because you long to eat meat, you eat as much meat as your being desires. When the place where Jehovah your Elohim chooses to put his name is too far from you, then you shall slaughter from your herd and from your flock, which Jehovah has given you, as I have commanded you, and you shall eat within your gates as much as your being desires. Only as the gazelle and the deer are eaten, so you are to eat of it. The unclean and the clean alike eat of it. Only be
Hang
firm
on,
not
Glenn.
to eat.
Whoa, Glenn,
Yeah,
can you just read that verse again?
I know
22?
it's puzzling me here.
Yeah,
I'll read 22. Only as the gazelle and the deer are eaten, so you are to eat of it. The unclean and the clean alike eat of it.
okay, so
There's
just
another.
before you, you're not eating unclean food.
No.
Those people who are
Yes.
clean or unclean may
Yes.
eat of it.
The Gentiles or the strangers in your land.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, and there was another verse before that was the same way. So yes, good thing you clarified that.
Okay, carry on, verse
Also,
23.
also a woman who's going through Niddah, she's allowed to eat too.
Yes,
Yes. So it's not the food that's unclean.
Right.
23. Only be firm not to eat the blood, for the blood is the life. Do not eat the life with the meat. Do not eat it. Pour it on the earth like water. Do not eat it, that it might be well with you and your children after you, when you do what is right in the eyes of Jehovah. Only the holy gifts which you have and your vowed offerings you are to take up and go to the place where Jehovah chooses. And you shall make your burnt offerings, the meat, the blood, on the altar of Jehovah your Elohim. And the blood of your offerings is poured out on the altar of Jehovah your Elohim, and you eat the meat. Guard and obey all these words which I command you, that it might be well with you and your children after you forever, when you do what is good and right in the eyes of Jehovah your Elohim. When Jehovah your Elohim cuts off from before you the nations which you go to dispossess, and you dispossess them and dwell in their land, guard yourself that you are not ensnared to follow them after they are destroyed from before you, and that you do not inquire about their mighty ones, saying, how did these nations serve their mighty ones, and let me do so too? Do not do so to Jehovah your Elohim, for every abomination which Jehovah hates, they have done to their mighty ones. For they even burn their sons and daughters in the fire to their mighty ones. All the words I am commanding you, guard to do it. Do not add to it, nor take away from it.
Thank you, Glenn.
Mhm.
Anyone got any questions about this? Candy, go ahead.
Yeah, so years ago when I was first trying to figure out, this is one of the things that I didn't get because I was totally alone on this. So when it said to not have the meat or not have the blood in the meat, I wouldn't mind some clarity about, because I'm very literal. I was literally boiling the meat because it said to boil, and then I would take it outside this big heavy pot and pour everything out until there was no blood in the water, and then that's how I was cooking the meat. And I would like clarity around all of that because I don't have that clarity right now.
Joe, let me answer this one.
Yes.
Do I have to?
Yes, you do. Blood coagulates. Blood turns black when it's exposed to oxygen.
Mm-hmm.
So when you kill an animal and you pour out the blood because you've slit its throat and you pour out the blood will go into the ground. The blood will turn black. You then bring the meat to your kitchen and you get this red liquid. The red liquid is protein. It is not blood. You are not buying any meat at the grocery store that has blood in it. It would be black. If you know anybody who's a hunter, if your meat gets damaged, falls, gets hurt, or the place around where the bullet goes in, that place will be black. It will be black and thick with mucus.
It's clotty.
You can't eat that.
Yeah.
It's gross. You can't eat it.
It won't cook.
It's so nobody eats that. So when you go to the grocery store and you're buying meat that was slaughtered at an abattoir or a slaughterhouse and hung and butchered, and you bring it home and it makes this red liquid, that's just protein.
Good to know, because I was thinking, this can't be what he means, because who on earth is going? No wonder the road is narrow if this is what I have to do. I was thinking, this can't be right. I'm missing the boat here somehow.
Yeah.
Can I give you an example?
Sure.
Years ago, and it relates to when I used to raise a pig, which I don't now. Someone shot the pig. Hunter shot the pig supposedly by accident behind the ear in the shed. Okay, figure that one out. And we tried to make the meat work, and it was not blood. There was maybe half a cup of blood. That was it that came out of that wound. And we tried to save it. And we cooked the roast for 4 hours. And I never smelled any more reeking thing than that in my life. And it was gross. Everything was gross. There was too much blood in it. So you can't even eat it. So if there's blood in it, it will clot. It will get real thick, just like Somber says, and you will not eat it. You will reject it. You're not going to eat it. An animal might want to eat it, but humans won't eat it because it's that bad. So just an example. Of course, I don't do pigs anymore.
Thank you for that. Awesome.
But there are cultures around the world who eat the blood straight from the animal. They bleed the animal. The Mongols would make a slit behind the shoulder here of the horse, and they would bleed the horse and they would drink that blood. That was their food. And then they would get back on that horse and ride the horse. So that's what God is talking about when he says, don't do that. British people have something called black pudding. It's blood in a sausage. I've eaten that. I was raised British. I don't do it anymore, but it's black. So you can trust that when you're eating your meat, there's no blood in it because you're not eating black meat.
Good to know.
Anyone else before I jump in? Okay, verse 2. You shall utterly destroy all the places where the nations which you shall dispossess serve their gods, on the high monuments and on the hills and under every green tree. You shall destroy their altars, break their sacred pillars, and burn their wooden images with fire. How come we don't do that?
Well,
and
Because
just
we're
before
politically
you
correct.
politically correct, but I'm also thinking, as I was hearing Glenn read it, I'm thinking of the October 7th Buddha. So Glenn, what were you going to say?
well, I was going to say there's an example of an actual enemy of us that did try to do that. Remember ISIS?
Yeah.
They went around and destroyed many polytheistic monuments, trying to, I believe, kind of follow with that. Not
And
sure
what were
why.
we doing in the West? We were aghast that they should destroy that giant Buddha in where is it, Afghanistan, I think it was. And they just blew it up, and we were horrified. And then the same thing when the Christian churches in Eastern Turkey, not Eastern Turkey, Eastern Syria. We were horrified that they were doing that. What's wrong with us?
We get ridiculed. It's like when I went in and talked to my pastor and said, why do we have a Christian mystery on the stage? This isn't Yeshua's birthday. And you know, I'm telling them, like, we can't have these things in this church. This is supposed to be a house of God. Why do we have these things here? And I wish I'd just gone nuts and just ripped it all down, but at the same time I didn't. But that's the thing is that it's well, in this country, you'll get arrested, you'll get charged for things and stuff like this. But
Right.
yeah,
Freedom of
Property
religion.
rights.
Yep, freedom of religion.
Freedom of religion.
it's the world backs up protecting the things of themselves, not the things of God.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
but we don't live under the world's authority, but we also don't have a right. Jehovah gives us free will. I don't have a right to go to my neighbor and tell my neighbor to live under Jehovah's rules. If my neighbor chooses
Okay,
not
hang
to
on. Let
live
me,
under-
Sombra, I know where you're going, but I got to jump in on that right now. Okay,
Okay.
so forgive me for a moment. Verse 8, you shall not at all do as we are doing here today, every man doing whatever is right in his own eye. Okay, so that's a saying that is read a number of times throughout the Bible. There was no king in Israel. Every man did as he thought was right in his own eye. It's repeated, I don't know, a bunch of times. And today, all of us here, you're not going to tell me how to worship God because I'm going to do it the way I think I should do it. Whether that's a Christmas tree or a phallic symbol or whatever I figure I should put up there to represent my God, that's what I'm going to do. And you're not going to tell me that I can't do it, right? Because we have no king, I'm going to do it the way I want to do. Sombra?
Well, I mean, we don't have a right. Jehovah gave us free will. I have free will to obey him. Other people have free will to disobey him. I can encourage, I can try to teach and edify somebody, but I cannot make somebody. But they can't come into my territory and make me worship their false god. If they come into my property, they have to leave their idols behind or they're not welcome here.
Okay, so that's obvious. Idols is kind of very simple. What about messianic messed up brethren?
Again, you can teach them, you can encourage them, you can speak to them, but you can't be somebody else's Holy Spirit.
Okay. Eric, are you going to address this or you can go off on something else?
No, I'm going to address it. Basically,
Okay.
you'll notice what he says is doing what's right in your own eyes. In other words, they're not hearing what the word of the Lord is saying. They're using their eyes to determine what is right. And every time we
don't
do
we
that,
do the same thing now? All, you know, the
every
Messianic group.
Yep, every time we do that, every time this looks right to me. The minute we say that and we say we're addressing with our eyes, we've totally ignored and we've almost deafened ourselves to what the word of the Lord is saying. We're basically saying we can only see, we can't hear, and we basically make ourselves deaf by not listening to the word of God.
Okay, but I'm going to be the other guy, and I am listening to the Lord God, and He's telling me that I got to worship Him this way, which is contrary to the way you're doing it, because you're just weird, and I'm going to do it my way. How are you going to, other than just walking away from me because I'm an idiot, how are you going to address that?
I would address it and say, okay, if you're going to worship your God in your way, show me where it says that in the scripture.
Ours is the same God.
Well, you can say that if you want, but I can tell by the commandments and the statutes and the ordinances that you keep whether or not it's the same God. You can portray him as
Joe
the
and I
same
don't
God.
worship the same God. Sorry. I'm sorry. Joe has a difference of opinion on something that I do in my house that he says is pagan worship. But Joe loves me.
And then it comes down to, are you reading the same verse and do you get the same interpretation?
I don't get the same interpretation that Joe gets.
So then when that happens, the scriptures say that there's no private interpretation. So the question is, which person is receiving the correct revelation from the Holy Spirit on the proper application of the scripture? Since there's no private interpretation, we should all be in agreement because it should be coming from the same source.
Okay.
Yes, that's correct. But you have people who have different worldviews, and me and Sombra know some people like that. And to this day, after many, many years of back and forth, they still only see what's in their own eyes. And the reason that I found out is because they do not believe the word. And that is the biggest point. They don't believe it.
So do we have to wait for the king to come back before any of these things are going to be fixed or settled?
Yeah, I do.
For some of these people.
Yeah, for some of these people, it's going to take the king coming back. I think that's one of the reasons why the Lord's going to have grace on us, and He's going to send those two witnesses, and those two witnesses are going to edify us in the short period of time that they're here. They're going to get us back on track.
Are we even going to listen to those two witnesses?
I hope so. I hope we do.
Let's look at something very simple like tzitzit. Yeah. We are commanded to wear tzitzit. Nowhere does it tell us how to wear tzitzit.
Right.
But we divide on whether or not we put the blue in it, how we tie the tzitzit, how long your tzitzit are, whether you wear them only on your talit or whether you wear them on your pants, whether you have to wear a talit katan. We divide on stuff like that. And that's not what God said. God says we're a family. We're a family. It's better to be joined together in a unity than it is to argue with each other on points of tradition.
But guess what that teaches us, though? If we're within the tolerance of what Yeshua or God, Yahovah, tells us to do and how to wear the tzitzit, we should be how should I say it? We should be gracious enough to allow someone else to wear the tzitzit within the guidelines of what the Torah tells us. And if it meets that guideline, then we should be okay with it. The problem we have is, well, arrogance. Arrogance. It's arrogance and pride. And the minute we sit there and say, you have to do it my way or it's the highway, there's a problem. And that's why we have 36,000 different denominations today.
Right.
We have that problems. And I think that's one of the things that the Lord is trying to work on. Even Yeshua said that the priests profane the Sabbath. But why doesn't He hold them accountable? He says the priests profane the Sabbath by working, but what was the exception on that? He says, but they are doing the work of God. So even Yeshua came down and made the point that David was allowed to eat of the showbread that's really only for the priest, but the priority was his men and him were hungry. And the one question they asked is, have they been away from women for 3 days? And they all go, yes. And they took the showbread that should have been for the priest, according to the law, but was given to David and his men because there was a basic need of sustenance there. And that's what I think we have to get down is understanding these laws, but how these laws mesh with each other. That's what we need to learn.
Yeah.
Love one another.
Right.
Candy, you've been waving your hand for a while. Go ahead.
Well, I've been sort of like, do I say it or not? So what was sort of what I'm seeing is it's not the minute stuff that we're talking about here. It's the big stuff. He's talking about cut down their ashes, cut down their fake gods, cut down the things that are not of him, things that are truly like a golden calf. Get rid of that, destroy that. That's one thing. But what it kind of went to was where the conversation led to was, okay, we started talking about the people that are keeping the Torah, but how are they keeping the Torah? And then back to what Yeshua said there, that I think it was Glenn that brought up, but is, well, if you have little children and they're all doing what you told them to do, say, set the table, and they're all setting the table, and one of them's going to set it where the forks and the spoons and everything and the knives are on the right order and everything else is beautiful and perfect. And there's going to be one that everything is upside down, backwards, but it's on the table. Does it mean that one is wrong and one is right? Are
There's
they
always
actually,
that one, isn't there?
but they're still setting the table. Do you know what I mean? But I don't think that that's what this passage was talking about. This passage is talking about, are they setting the table, or are they taking the cloth off the table and ripping all the dishes off the table and making a mess of it? Are they actually profaning or destroying what God has set up? Are they doing something different that is destroying the word of God? Are we partaking in that? Destroy that behavior, not the behavior of how you're keeping what you're supposed to be doing. I think that was a big difference. The conversation kind of went down a different path.
Is it against God?
The conversations here, I have no idea where they're going to go from one person to the next. It is so hard to keep a control on this place. I got to tell you. Susan, you had your hand up there a little while ago. Did you still want to say something?
Well, kind of. I don't know how relevant it is now, but my granddaughter used to bring dragon books into the house, storybooks. And I put a quash on it. I said, no, you can leave them on the porch, but you're not bringing them in the house. And there was a bit of back flack over that, but that's the way I felt. And I just felt that dragons were not the best way to go. So I know it's not a law, but it's a belief and it stems from the laws. So yeah.
It's your house, your rules.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to come back to that in a minute. Let me, Barry, go ahead.
What these verses here, I believe, are teaching is that our spirit-led worship shouldn't be compromised by the world. And we need to be obedient to Elohim, or God's word. If we tolerate the evil, it's going to corrupt our worship towards him. And we're going to get a big mess, of course. And also, we shouldn't compromise the word of Elohim. So we've got to treat it with respect. And by crushing the altars and these pillars, we then actually step on and walk over them, because we are to be the light and the salt of the earth. Just like Messiah says, that if we're not salt or light and we don't have taste anymore, then we will get thrown out and be trampled on. So it's the opposite.
Okay, so
also,
go ahead, sorry.
You can carry on with that, but I'll talk a little bit after that. Carry on.
Just remember one thing. This is in context of them coming into the land, dispossessing the old remnants. They're saying, don't tolerate these Asherahs. Don't tolerate any of this worship. Get rid of it entirely.
Glenn, make it real today. There's a Buddha set up in a rave, and everyone's dancing around it.
Yeah. What about it? Well, first of all, you don't go to it. And if there's any way that you can talk people that are going to it out of that, that's the things you can do. But really, if they have permission from the landowner to do what they're doing, you don't really have a right to go in there and destroy it or to tell them not to do it. You can educate them, Today, now that's today. That's not back then. We are not commanded now to go and into their land and destroy them, like it says in the scripture. In fact, in chapter 12, it's not that we can go and impose ourselves anywhere. We are to live as an example in our communities as how to live properly, and hopefully they will see that and say, "I want to be like that nation." That's the whole point.
Being salt and light, yes. So we don't have the freedom to worship him however we want. So we've got to worship him according to his guidelines and how he wants for us as well.
But now you're imposing your lack of freedom of religion on me.
No,
okay.
that's just it. You're not.
Wait for the rocks to fall on you then.
What?
Wait for the hailstones. The hailstones will come. Just watch out.
Okay, he's speaking Australian. What did he just say? I didn't understand it.
He said to wait until the hailstones fall on you.
Okay, the hailstones. Okay.
Sorry.
Again, but so are we to impose our religious views on these people, or do we just shut up?
No, we have to be the light, and they have to see our righteousness, and because of that, then they should be influenced by our righteousness, because we are walking according to his ways, to Elohim's ways.
Okay. Lee, go ahead.
But it doesn't stick in this world. I had one more point as well, that it's the places of worship as well. So we are to respect the places of worship where the Spirit resides. And if we go to Matthew 18:20, for where 2 or 3 have gathered together in my name, I am there in their midst. That sort of applies today, where we don't have a temple in the place like in Jerusalem, but we now have, as Messiah showed us in Matthew 18:20, where 2 or 3 are gathered in my name, I am there in their midst as well.
Okay. Thank you, Barry. Go ahead, Lee.
Yeah, okay. My point was that my family, myself and particularly, I was raised Roman Catholic and have been through at least 12 different possibilities of what would be worship to the greater power referred to as God. Okay. And it wasn't until I had the opportunity myself to see the inconsistencies that I would go ahead and make some kind of adjustment to myself. Okay. I did have an awful lot of people attempt at times to figuratively shove a funnel in my mouth and try to feed me full of what their ideas were all about. Of course, just like anybody, if you did put a funnel in their mouth and shove anything down their throat, they're going to puke it back. So if we, with the intent to assist others to understand what Yahweh's right rulings are and to influence them to seek it out for themselves. Once in a while, even in that class, I've brought it up because people have asked me to follow up later on. They say, why do you think the way you do? Why are you even helping us for free? That doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Okay. And what religion do you follow? And I said, I attempt to follow the original blueprint of the creator of the universe. They're like, what? I said, well, how do you feel about the situation with religion in general? They're like, well, so many people have changed it, however they've decided to change it, whatever way they want to, and it really doesn't exist as a truth. I said, well, okay. There's even in the New Testament scripture, it talks about a group of people from a place called Berea in Greece. They were called the Bereans, and they were real excited about what they heard when the disciples were talking to him about the resurrection of Yeshua himself and what he stood for and things like that. But they searched it out for themselves. I said, so I don't recommend you be lazy about it. And please don't just take my word for it. Okay. I would recommend that you take any human's word for it. You go check it out for yourself. They're like, well, how important can it possibly be? I said, well, when this is all over and done with, it's not going to matter how fast their car is or what it looks like, what a fancy house you live in, or any of that stuff. It's all going to be like Joe was talking about. Did he know you? Do you know Yahweh? And Jesus is like, well, you know, there's so many different religions. And when it comes to like the statues, okay, being raised Roman Catholic, I, as an altar boy, questioned, wait a minute, the Ten Commandments looks a little different here. And where is that one where it says no graven images? And why do we have, you know, every saint you can think of surrounding us here in this church, much less outside the church? Aren't those like images or whatever? And they said, well, the priest even told me, he says, well, you got to go ahead and understand that those are the helpers. I said, so like demigods or what? Oh, will you just stop thinking and stop talking and just go ahead and do what you're supposed to do? And so
So
I asked the question, I
keep,
said,
we can't force our religion on
that's-
somebody else. So
I absolutely agree. You cannot, because it's a decision that is going to be made. And as what was the other person saying? He said that be the example. The only reason anybody has followed up with me to find out why I even care about disastrous situations and stuff and other people is because of the fact that they see that I'm providing them information that is of their best interest. It really doesn't matter to me physically if they follow through with it or not, but it can make a big difference in their life or lack of life or their quality of life when in fact something takes place. So they're like, well, I kind of respect your opinion. You tell me what I ought to do. I said, what you ought to do is research it for yourself.
okay, let me
Because
get
that's where I
Sombra.
started, and I said, well, we were. Go ahead.
Now let me get Sombra and Candace in here, and then I want to change this a little bit here and ask one other question. It's going to change all of this a little bit, I think. Sombra, go ahead.
So what you've got here in verse 12 is Jehovah's given instruction to the children of Israel as they're crossing over the Jordan. They are to go in and do war and destroy everybody and everything that's in the land because God's giving them the land. God is going to give them the victory. The problem is they didn't obey. They made covenants with these people. So it all comes down to authority. Jehovah is the ultimate authority. He gave authority to the Israelites to go and make war. And he said, you're going to win. Just go and do as I say. And they didn't do it. And so they usurped Jehovah's authority. And so if I go to my neighbor's house and I tell him how to keep anything, I'm usurping my neighbor's authority. My neighbor doesn't have a right to come to my house and usurp my authority. We have to respect all elements of the Torah. And one very strong part of the Torah is about authority. And usurping authority is wrong no matter who's doing it and no matter how you chalk it up. So do I, Sombra, have a right to go to Israel, to this place where they were doing the concert and say, you can't put a Buddha here? No, I don't. Now, if I own that land, I do have a right. If I am the manager of the festival and somebody says, I want to put up my Buddha statue because that's the name of my band, I have a right to say no. Just like Joe, you have a right to say, no, we don't talk about conspiracies here because this is your spot. And it's our responsibility as leadership to uphold your rule when you're not here. So it all comes down to authority. I don't have a right to go to Israel, but Jehovah has a right to destroy it.
Okay. Candy? You're muted.
So when Yeshua said to go door to door, and if they don't listen to you, to shake the dust off your shoes and go to the next door, because a man convinced against his will is of the same opinion still, right? That's the saying. But our tongue is a two-edged sword. When we go in to destroy, the best way to destroy their idols and everything, I think anyways, is, or at least one way, is the power, life and death is in the power of the tongue. You can destroy something, you can kill something, you can destroy a belief system by teaching the truth and showing people the truth, and ask them, what do they see? If they speak one thing, say, well, okay, so, well, what about this though? Can you explain this then in the word? Why does God say this then if you're doing that? And put it back to them to try and explain their point to you, if they, especially people that believe in the word, right? So say, for example, Christians or Jews that believe in the Torah and stuff like this, point out different things that say, well, okay, well, but what about this? How would you explain this then? What does he say about this? So what is this thing that you're doing? And how does that relate to, what is this Buddha that you're dancing around? How does that relate to having an abomination set up? Help me to understand that. How is that right? And so I think it's the words that we say that's a two-edged sword, speaking life or death over people or destroying their images and idols. It's the imagination, the abomination imagination of man, right? It's in here that is causing the issue. So if you can change what's in here by helping them to sort of look at what you're saying and cut right to the chase of, hey, what you're doing isn't in the word. So help me understand why you say you believe, but yet you're doing these things. How do you justify that? And then get them to go, I didn't think of it that way.
Okay, Eric, can I drop my bomb here, or do you want to comment before I do that?
Just one more time before you release your bomb there. Let me just the one good example that I kind of look at is God's not asking us to do something that he himself in the scriptures doesn't do. Because one of the things where he does the wheat and the tares, one of his servants, one of the angels says, shall we take the tares out? And what is his response? He says, listen, don't take out the tares lest you affect the wheat, but let the wheat and the tares grow together. And I think in him saying that, I think Yahovah has a hope that the tares that are growing in the field of wheat that are producing fruit may turn them away from them walking down and worshiping Satan. So if he's allowing the wheat and the tares to abide together, close with each other, it could be your next door neighbor. He's also saying, you may have to allow other religions be your next door neighbor, even if they're not satanic worshipers. But the worst case scenario would be someone who worships Satan and someone who's walking in the kingdom, the power of the kingdom, and he's allowing them to grow together. So he's not just telling us to do something that he himself doesn't do.
Okay, so now I'm going to throw a monkey wrench in here, and we're going to go read verse 30, and we won't talk about this very long. We got to get going on the rest, but I want you just a couple comments, and I want you to think about it. Verse 30, chapter 12, verse 30, take heed to yourselves that you are not ensnared to follow them after they are destroyed from before you, and that you do not inquire after their gods, saying, how did these nations serve their gods? I also will do likewise. So I'm in the Israeli Museum looking at all the different gods that they have discovered in the land of Israel, all the different ages. Some of them are Jewish gods, Canaanite gods, and other gods, and they're in the museum. So my question is, should we destroy, like ISIS did, all these false gods in the museum? And the ones that they were destroying were the Assyrian gods from Nineveh that were set up in the museum. Should we destroy them? And in the same question, should we go back to the golden calf altar at Mount Sinai? And Moses already destroyed the calf, but the hieroglyphs on the altar, should that also be destroyed?
No.
Why?
No, not today.
Why are you saying no?
Because you need to show the history of our fall. And if we don't have examples of it, then what do you point at? Now, if it was back then and we kept these things destroyed as he said to do, we wouldn't have to worry about it today. But today, we have to go back and look at our history so that we look and see what we keep repeating. Because he said there is nothing new under the sun, and we keep doing it over and over and over. And he keeps telling us it's wrong, it's wrong, it's wrong. You've got 6,000 years or so of man's reign that shows we can't do it without him. So we need to say, look, see this one? That's wrong. In fact, your books would not be able to be written without pointing back at these gods of the Egyptians or all these other things to point to
Leave me
show
out of
our
it.
error.
Don't bring me into this.
It's your fault.
So Glenn, then what ISIS did when they blew up that giant statue of Buddha, I think it was Buddha.
Wasn't it a lion?
No. Well, there was also the lions from Nineveh, but the giant statue of Buddha in Afghanistan, you're saying that was wrong?
Well, now again, so you've got two things. You said one was museum. Are we talking museum, or are we talking the actual worship of an idol?
Well, there's nobody worshiping the idol out there. It was just a giant statue that used to be for Buddha. The same as the golden calf. There's nobody dancing around it, but it's still there.
Right.
Are they to be destroyed? And again, I'm looking at Leviticus or Deuteronomy 12, verse 30.
I would say if it's an idol that they are actually worshiping, or there is some worship to it, I would say if you have any control as ownership or land, ownership, that you can either remove it or have it destroyed, then you have that right. If it's not your land, you don't have that right. If it's not in your control, you don't have that right.
So, okay, you're coming into the Israeli museum. Are you going to destroy the giant statue of ISIS? It's already got his head smashed off, but it's still the statue there. You know who it is.
No, in the museum, I would not. I needed to show people their error.
Okay, Susan, let's get Glenn off the hook here.
What about Hezekiah, Josiah, Manasseh, who was Hezekiah's son, the kings of Israel? What did they do?
They have leadership and control to destroy.
I know, but what did they do? They destroyed. Exactly. And I think that's a beautiful thing.
I do too. If you have control to do it, do it.
Okay, so hang on. So should we destroy the stuff in the museum so we don't have a record? How would we know what the Bible's even talking about if we don't have these things to look at and see, oh, that's what it means?
Who made a museum a sacred cow?
What?
It's an educational tool. That's all I'm saying.
And
yeah.
Okay, but Glenn, I hear you saying both sides of the coin. I hear you saying if it's in a museum, we would preserve it.
You're
but if
misunderstanding.
It's out in the field where it originally was, we have to destroy it. Well, where do you think the things in the museum?
No, maybe I'm not clear. If you're worshiping it and I own the land that you're doing it on, I will destroy it. I will do it without any permission because I own the land. Right. But if I don't own the land, I don't have the right to do that to your possessions. That's a crime. In fact, it says right in Torah, you do not destroy someone's possessions. That's a crime. Right. That's unlawful. So you can't do that. But if you have control, or God says, go into that land and utterly destroy everything, then you better do it. And they didn't do that. Now, they had their chance, and we're paying for it today because they didn't do it. But if it's in a museum as an educational tool and you don't have people worshiping it, but you're using it as an educational tool, say, hey, don't do what they did. I think that's a great thing. But I have to tell you,
when ISIS was destroying all that stuff in Nineveh, I'm thinking, are they more righteous than I?
Exactly.
I'm thinking the same thing, but I was also thinking it was horrendous to be destroying such ancient artifacts to help us understand the past.
Yeah, it was terrible.
Yeah. Except for those ancient artifacts, if they were used for worshiping false idols, then it's not good, it's evil, so I'm destroying evil. And
well, how about this one? Today you have what is that gate? There's a stone missing, a cornerstone missing. That was one of them they tried to destroy. I think it's still up. But you've got these groups who made hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of copies of it, and they spread them all over the world to worship. They're everywhere. They're in London. They're in New York. They're everywhere. They're the same replicas of that idol worship. And I'm sorry I don't have the exact name of what it is. I know some of you do, but it was a very prominent gate with the one stone missing at the top.
I know what you're talking about. I can't remember.
Yes.
Okay, so let me just, now that I dropped a grenade, I'm ready to walk away. Let me get Eric and then Kay, and then we're going to move on into the next reading with Shauna. Eric, go ahead.
Yeah, even Yahovah, though, he has a tendency to not let us forget the mistakes we made in the past, like he did with the Zitzit. We were talking about that. Why did he bring those forth? It's because we weren't walking and obeying God. Why did Aaron have to offer up the bullock? Because of the sin of Aaron and him creating that golden calf. So God still wants us to remember that we made mistakes in the past, not necessarily dwell on it, but to remember that, hey, you guys went down this path before and it turned out bad. Don't go down this path again, because I think over time, as each generation gets further and further away from the judgment of Yahovah, we have a tendency to do what's right in our own eyes. He says, stop doing that. Start listening to what I'm saying with both your mind and your heart. So he knows that over time, we'll forget that we were chastised for that. And
So
that's
should
what's
we
going
keep them? Should we keep them in the museum? Is that what you're saying? So we don't forget?
Yeah, like he was saying before, it's not my possession. If I was king over the land and I could control that museum, I'd say get them out. That's if it's my museum, it's like this is something that shouldn't be in the land at all.
So
It's
when
like
I
when
went to
blood
see
sisters-
Noah's, when I went to see Noah's, or not Noah's Ark, when I went to see Mount Sinai, Randy and I saw Mount Sinai. So did Rebecca. So does Kurt. We all saw the four of us here in this group have now seen the golden calf altar. When I saw the etchings there, I immediately knew that nothing has changed, that we're still worshiping the same gods today, the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost, which I've explained in the 10 Days of Awe book. That horrific understanding would not have been given to me, or I would not have gotten it had I not seen the altar for myself.
Mm-hmm.
So again, are we supposed to destroy these things, or to understand what the Bible's telling us, to understand even where we, like the stuff that we're doing today, everyone thinks is, oh, that's okay. It's modern. But in 500 years from now, are we going to save some of these things for a museum in 500 years? Okay, go ahead.
I don't think his word's going to change over time. I think his word is just as sound today as it was before. The problem is, like what Glenn was saying, is I can't go and destroy someone else's possession if it doesn't belong to me.
Okay, so you dug one up on your property and you realize this is a god from I don't know, 1700s. Are you going to take it to a museum, or are you just going to destroy it right there on the spot?
I'm just going to get rid of it. Why would I keep it? Why would I want it around? In other words, God says basically get rid of these idols. Don't have any graven image around.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, I think on your own property, it's one set of rules, but in our societies today, we have a democratic society. We have laws that we have to abide by. Israel back then was a theocracy. You go in and take charge of the land. God's going before you, and you obey, and it'll be all blessing. You see something, smash it down. And so that society then was a theocratic society. Today, Israel is a democracy. So we are unable by law of the country to do what Jehovah says to do in that situation. It's different. However, I was thinking that when Yeshua returns, we know in either Zechariah or Zephaniah, one of the Z prophets, that if the nations do not come to Jerusalem for Sukkot, then that nation will be punished with no rain. So things will be different when you're in a theocratic situation. But today, you can't destroy people, property, idols that do not belong to you by the laws of our country.
Okay. Just chew my tongue for a moment. Go ahead, Candy.
Try not to say anything.
Well, because I got to get going here and get some other portions read. So
Okay, I'll just say this real quick then. So what I recall is that when he said to go in and destroy these things, it was when he would say, because this is the land that I'm giving to you. So he's giving possession. So if he's giving possession of this land to us, then we are to destroy those idols and not to make treaties with these other countries because or tribes or whatever. We're not supposed to make treaties with them, because then we will join to their idols as well. We will get polluted by them. And 3 weeks before what just took place on October 7th, Netanyahu actually made an agreement or something, I can't remember all the details of it, about making a treaty with other countries for war, with war and future war or protection and stuff. So I think
are you talking about the Abraham Accord with Saudi Arabia?
Yeah. So I'm just saying this, that might be part of what you were looking for earlier, as well as what took place, other things, right? But we're not supposed to make treaties with things. We're supposed to, when he gives us a place to go in to possess, then we're supposed to destroy those things. But if he hasn't told us, whenever we went and did something on our own accord, where he didn't say to go do it, then we would be under a curse. So we're supposed to do, and like you said, like earlier, where let the wheat and the tares grow up together. Hopefully the weeds or the wheat will actually influence the tares, right? Overpower them and smother them out and teach them something different. But if not, vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. It's not for us, it's for him. If he tells us to do it, fine. And if he's telling us to possess it, fine. But I think that there's a line between, is it us? Are we doing it out of our own mind, or are we doing it because he's put on our heart that this is his command to do?
Thank you. And not trying to negate from Eric here, but Janet just posted something in the chat. I think you all should really consider. I think, but we do got to get going. Eric, go ahead.
Yeah, just one other thing. I don't know if you heard about it, where there was a Christian couple that were bakers, and a gay couple came in there. You heard about that? So you see it being challenged at every way that they possibly can. They ended up having to spend a lot of money to defend themselves. So, but they ended up coming out right, where they basically said, "I can't do this because of religious reasons." So,
but they had to spend a fortune, go to the Supreme Court, and it just, I get it.
So they were standing up for their religious beliefs, but I'll tell you what, the world was coming against them. So I just want to point that out.
Yeah, but I think they get their money back too.
I don't know if they get their money back.
That's part of the deal. If you go to court and you lose, you pay.
Okay. Let's get going here. First Chronicles chapter 10, and we have Shauna is going to read it. First Chronicles chapter 10.
Ready?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Now the Philistines fought against Israel, and the men of Israel fled before the Philistines and fell slain on Mount Gilboa. And the Philistines closely pursued Saul and his sons, and the Philistines struck down Jonathan, Abinadab, and Malchishua, the sons of Saul. And the battle became heavy against Saul, and the archers overtook him, and he was wounded by the archers. Then Saul said to his armor-bearer, "Draw your sword and thrust me through with it, lest these uncircumcised come and abuse me." But his armor-bearer would not, for he was greatly afraid. Therefore Saul took his sword and fell on it. And when his armor-bearer saw that Saul was dead, he likewise fell on his sword and died. Thus Saul died, with his 3 sons, and all those of his house died together. When all the men of Israel who were in the valley saw that they had fled, and that Saul and his sons were dead, they forsook their cities and fled, and the Philistines came and lived in them. And it came about the next day, when the Philistines came to strip the slain, that they found Saul and his sons fallen on Mount Gilboa. So they stripped him, and took his head and his armor, and sent messengers around the land of the Philistines to carry the good news to their idols and to the people. And they put his armor in the house of their gods, and fastened his head in the house of Dagon. When all Jabesh Gilead heard all that the Philistines had done to Saul, all the valiant men arose, and took away the body of Saul and the bodies of his sons, and brought them to Jabesh, and buried their bones under the oak in Jabesh, and fasted 7 days. So Saul died for his trespass which he committed against the Lord, because of the word of the Lord which he did not keep, and also because he asked counsel of a medium, making inquiry of it, and did not inquire of the Lord. Therefore he killed him, and turned the kingdom to David, the son of Jesse.
Okay, so as Sean is reading that, I'm thinking of, again, I'm fixated about what happened in Israel 2 weeks ago. That was the Philistines, again, attacking, invading, and destroying and slaughtering men, women, and children, babies, and decapitating them. And I'm here, and now I'm reading this. And the valiant men arose. So here come the good guys to take Saul back from the Philistines. And Saul died for his unfaithfulness, right? Jehovah punished Saul. Jehovah's punishing Israel today because he did not keep his word of the Lord. And I'm just, I don't know, maybe I'm crazy. I just can't stop thinking about this right now, but it's coming through in everything that I'm seeing. Our Jehovah, and don't think I don't love him. I do. But his fury and judgment, I'm wrestling with coming to grips with as I see it being dished out. And people are saying, well, what about those innocent little babies? I don't have an answer, but I'm saying, what about Saul and his sons? Jonathan was a good guy. Jonathan was a friend of David. Anyway.
Right, because it says the Philistines are the ones who killed them. And then we just get done reading verse 14. Jehovah killed them. So Jehovah used the Philistines to kill Saul and his boys.
Yeah. Yeah. I think what I'm doing is I'm making, this is history. People read right over this. Okay, so they died. Boom. Next day, boom, something else. Next story, next chapter. Got to get the next chapter done before I fall asleep. And this is, I'm trying to make it real. The ground that they fought on was, you can't walk across this ground. I tried to walk across the battlefield there on Mount Balboa. And it's like stones and boulders everywhere. How do you fight in this stuff? You can't walk without banging your shins or falling off a rock. And yet these guys are carrying on swords, fighting multiple people at the same time. Just anyway. Shall we read chapter 11 before I get too far gone here? Or am I already too far gone? Eric.
Yeah, I was going to say, one of the things that kind of gives me hope about the babies is the proclamation that David made about his baby that was killed after 7 days. And one of the things he says in there is that I will not be able to bring him back to me, but I shall go see him again. So to me, I look at that as David proclaiming that even though that child was only 7 days old, he will see that child again where he's going. And I'm assuming he's talking about heaven. So I think that's the hope that we have. the mercy that our Lord has.
Or
on
at the resurrection, yes.
Right, right. So in other words, they're
So just,
young.
Eric, just because I'm really struggling with this,
Right.
I want just you. I think what you're saying is right. I think you're correct. Oh man, did I say that out loud? Oh no.
I know. Don't say that again.
In God's eyes, death is nothing. And in his plan, 1,000 years or 10 years, whatever it is nothing. Time is, I am, I will be, and I was, they're all the same thing to him. But for us humans, the only thing Satan holds over us is death. Again, so I'm trying to grapple with this, understanding Jehovah can bring us all back at any time and take us away at any time. He's Jehovah, he's the creator, that's his privilege. And yet these infants are going to be brought back in 10 years time, possibly.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And then they'll live a full life. Okay, so anyway, carry on, Eric, if you wanted to say more about that.
Well, I was just saying, for us, it's a terrible loss for any parent to lose a child like that. But for Yehovah, in his eyes, the child doesn't have to go through the trials and tribulations of life, and they go directly from however old they are directly into heaven. And it's like, that's hard for us to understand because we're the ones that has lost that precious child. I mean, it's not normal for a parent to bury their children. So that's difficult because that's not the normal sequence. It should be the other way around. It should be the children burying, the parents. So in this case, it's kind of reversed. Let me see. I was looking that up in 2 Samuel 12:18. It says, then on the seventh day it came to pass that the child died, and the servants of David were afraid to tell him that the child was dead. So then at the very bottom it says in 20, so David arose from the ground, washed and anointed himself, changed his clothes. He went in the house of the Lord and worshiped. So he just lost his child and he's worshiping. Then he went to his own house, and when he requested, they set food before him, and he ate. Then his servants said to him, what is this that you have done? You fasted and wept for the child while he was alive, but when the child died, you arose and ate food. And he said, while the child was alive, I fasted and wept, for I said, who can tell whether the Lord will be gracious to me, that the child may live? But now he's dead. Why should I fast? Can I bring him back again? I shall go to him, but he shall not return to me. So when you read something like that, I think Dave was being very prophetic and speaking by the Spirit that he would see that child again, but for right now, he'd be separated from that child. So to me, the prayers need to go out to the parents of these children that the Lord would help them get through this time. So
yeah,
life to us is so precious and so fleeting. Jehovah is nothing to him. He can raise you up 50 times if he wants. It's nothing to him.
Yeah. Okay. Let's move on to chapter 11.
That's me, Barry.
Barry, go ahead, sir. Thank you.
And all Israel came together to David at Hebron, saying, see, we are your bone and your flesh. Also, in time past, even when Shaul was king, you were the one who led Israel out and brought them in. And Yahweh Elohim said to you, shepherd my people Israel, and be ruler over my people Israel. So all of the elders of Israel came to the king at Hebron, and David made a covenant with them at Hebron before Yahweh. And they anointed David king over Israel, according to the word of Yahweh by Shmuel. And David and all Israel went to Jerusalem, which is Yevus, where the Yevusim were the inhabitants of the land. And the inhabitants of Yevus said to David, you do not come in here,
But David captured the stronghold of Zion, the city of David. And David said, whoever smites the overseer first becomes chief and commander. And Joab, son of Tzeruiah, went up first and became chief. And David dwelt in the stronghold, so they called the city of David. And he built the city around it, from the Milo round about, and Joab revived the rest of the city. And David went on and became great, and Yahweh Tsebaot was with him. And these were the heads of the mighty men whom David had, who strengthened themselves with him in his kingdom, with all Israel, to set him up to reign over Israel according to the word of Yahweh. And this is the number of the mighty men whom David had: Yehoshvaam, son of Hachmoni, chief of the 30. He had lifted up the spear against 300 slain at one time. And after him was Eleazar, son of Dodo, the Ahohi, who was one of the 3 mighty men. And he was with David at Pasdamim. And the Philistines were gathered there for battle, and a portion of the field was filled with barley. And the people had fled before the Philistines. But they took their But they took their stand in the midst of that field and delivered it and smote the Philistine. Thus Yahweh saved them by a great deliverance. And the 30 of the 30 chiefs went down to the rock to David, into the cave of Avdolum, where the army of the Philistine encamped in the valley of Rephaim. And David was then in the stronghold, and the watchpost of the Philistine was then in Bethlehem. And David longed and said, oh, that someone would give me a drink of water from the well of Bethlehem, which is by the gate. And the 3 broke through the camp of the Philistine and drew water from the well of Bethlehem that was by the gate, and took it and brought it to David. But David would not drink it, but poured it out to Yahweh. And he said, far be it from me, O Malachim, that I should do this. Should I drink the blood of these men who have risked their lives? For at the risk of their lives they brought it, and he would not drink it. And this is what the 3 mighty men did. And Abishai, the brother of Joab, was chief of another 3, and he had lifted up his spear against 300 men who were slain, and won a name among the 3. And of the 3 he was more esteemed than the other 2 men, so he became their head. However, he did not come to the first 3. Benaiah was the son of Jehoiada, the son of the brave men of Katzeel, who had done many deeds, and he smote the 2 lion-like Moabites. And he also went down and smote a lion in the midst of a pit on a snowy day. And he smote the Mitzri, a man great of height, 5 cubits tall, and in the Mitzri's hand was a spear like a weaver's beam. And he went down to him with a staff, and wrenched the spear out of the Mitzri's hand, and slew him with his own spear. This is what Benaiah, son of Jehoiada, did, and won a name among the 3 mighty men. See, he was more esteemed than the 30, but he did not come in to the first 3. And David set him over his court. And the mighty men of the armies were Asael, the brother of Joab, Elchanan, son of Dodo, of Bethlehem, Shemot the Harori, Cheletz the Peloni, Ira, son of Hikdesh, and Tekovi, Aviezer the Atanohi, Anatoti, Sibkai the Hushai, Eli the Ahohi, Merari the Netofati, Cheled, son of Bana the Netofati, Ittai, son of Rivi the Gibai, of the children of Benjamin, Benaiah the Piratoni, Hurai of the wadis of Gerash, Abiel the Arbati, Asmavet the Bacha Rumi, Eliava the Shalaboni, the sons of Hashem the Gizoni, Yotanan, son of Shage the Harari, Achiam, son of Sakar the Harari, Eliphal, son of Or, Hefer the Mekararit, Achiyah the Peloni, Chitzro the Carmeli, Narari the Arai, son of Izbai, Yoel, the brother of Natan, Mivchar, son of Hagri, Selek, the Ammoni, Harai, the Berotani, the armor bearer of Joab, son of Tziruyan, Ira, the Yerithite, Garev, the Hirite, Uriah, the Hittite, Zavad, son of Achlai, Adina, son of Shizah, the Reubenite, the head of the Reubenites, and 30 with him. Hanan, son of Malachah, Jehoshaphat, the Mithnite, Uzziah, the Ashratite, Shammah, and Yeiel, the sons of Chotam and Arorai, Yediael, son of Shimri, and Yocha, his brother, the Tishti, Eliel and Mahavaim, and the Yerifai and Yoshahava, sons of Elnaam, Yitma the Moabi, Eliel and Oved, and Yaasiel of Metzoviah. And that's the end.
Thank you, Barry. I think you just read the chapter everybody was dreading that they might get.
Wasn't too bad.
No, you did very good.
I got a question though, like in verse 13, which they specifically mention only a portion of the field was filled with barley. So that gives us a timing a little bit too, I think.
Say it again. Now the verse 13
Oh.
you said, or 30?
13, verse 13 of chapter 11. Of course, it's that only a portion of the field was filled with barley. So are they in the middle of harvest of the barley? Sort of give us a picture of the timing of the year.
Yes, it was full with barley. So, and you got to imagine if it's full of barley, how do you run in a field full of barley?
No, it's only a portion of the barley of the field was filled with barley, which means that they're already in the process of harvesting the barley. So it tells me it's like maybe the first month.
Well, now the Philistines were gathered for battle, and there was a piece of ground full of barley. So the people fled from the Philistines. So mine says the field was full of barley.
Okay, mine says a portion of the field was filled with barley. Okay, a little bit interpretation difference.
Okay, so, but if it's full of barley or partially full of barley, it's still, you can't run in it. Just imagine all this grass and it's about 3 feet tall and you're trying to run, you can't run in it. So that's the conditions they were fighting in. So yeah, it'd be the first or maybe even the second month. So I got a couple things here. First of all, what is the purpose of naming all these mighty men? Do you have to go and take on 300 men with a spear in order to become a mighty man? Is why do we have all these names?
Part of it helps us to know the lineage because all the names mean something, like the names from Abraham to Noah have a meaning.
So what do all these names mean?
I haven't looked them up. I'd have to look them all up to know what is actually being said there.
The gem in this is knowing that the different tribes that they come from, because from those tribes you can now begin to trace. Again, this is very early, but you can begin to trace the again, I'm going back to the 12 tribes of Israel, the family lineage, the family crests from each one. But I haven't done that with this group yet. So why are we given all these names? I'm just asking. I don't have an answer. Okay.
A few of them were referencing Bethlehem, and I think that's important because we have a lot of number threes here as well. And if we look at themes within prophecy, 3 has reference to do with Messiah. So we've got Bethlehem and the number 3 reoccurring several times. So we've got Bethlehem in verse 17, and in between,
26.
And then in 26, and in between that, we've got a whole lot of 3s, 3 and 300. So there's something going on within the text that's trying to jump out at us, referencing Messiah, I believe.
But you don't know what that reference or what that message
Well,
is.
it's thematically connected to The number 3 is a resurrection, because on the third day, plants and trees bearing fruit came from the ground. So that's a picture of resurrection. So 3 is always a picture with resurrection, and it's occurring between the place from Bethlehem, house of bread. And often when you see it with places of death or impending death, but then salvation from death, that's also a picture of resurrection as well.
Okay, verse 24 says 3 mighty men. So I don't see a resurrection with 3 mighty men. I just see 3
Yes, the
mighty men.
number already. Then it should connect us back to Genesis on the third day of creation. What happened on the third day of creation? It's life from non-life, which is a picture of resurrection. And this is why whenever we see 3, 300, 3,000, it's always a picture of resurrection. Like,
okay, I'm not sure I'm buying into it, but okay.
It also lines up with the 3 feasts in the fall, which is the time when Yeshua comes back and when he was born.
Well, there's actually 4 feasts in the fall.
Plus we've got the barley occurring here as well. And the verses we saw just a little earlier.
Okay.
Requires more study, but yes, I know what you're saying.
Yeah, okay. I'm just saying, okay, that's all I'm saying. Okay, Sombra, go ahead.
Okay, so it's in the same way as we're in the middle of a war, terrorists have come. Why did we name the people who died? Why did we name the people who are still
You talking
trapped?
about
or
October
kept-
7th?
Yeah, well, you're saying, why did we name all these people that were
okay, so the
David's mighty men?
The October 7th thing is to put real faces and not just be numbers on a death sheet.
And
to
that's
show you
exactly it.
how they are real people, just like you and your family.
Right, but these were real people who fought with David, right?
Okay, so why not just say the 30 mighty men that fought with David? And
because each one of them had an individual value and skill set. And because they had an individual value and skill set, they're heroes and they're worthy to be remembered and honored.
okay. Again, looking at the overall Bible, there are other heroes that, did mighty things and they never got mentioned. Why are we honoring these 30?
Because these ones stood up with King David.
That's it. That's all. That's all you got?
I think that's a valuable piece. Why
Okay.
not? I would, and I've gone through that list of names before, and if I ever had twin sons, there's a set of names in there that I would have used for twin
Okay.
sons.
I'm not going to touch that. Sorry. Eric, go ahead.
Yeah, for me, it's hinting at something that's coming. There's a battle that's going on at the time of the barley. There's the water coming from Bethlehem, and he pours it out on the ground as an offering to Yahovah. So he's taking something of living water, and he refuses to drink it, pours it out on the ground, and basically it's the time of the barley. And the Philistines are basically their mortal enemies, which is what we have today. And the battle being drawn here is physical. And I think what Yeshua is going to do at the time of his Passover, when he comes at Passover time, in the time of the barley, with the living water coming from Bethlehem, everything is hinting at, in different ways, in different directions, something that's coming in the future that, it's going to be a battle for people's souls. And you're going to choose one way or the other. You're going to choose to go down the road of Hamas, or you're going to choose go down the road. But everyone has to make that choice. And this is David as a representation and his mighty men of what they could accomplish with the power of God. So this is a natural battle that's going on that later on Yeshua is going to fulfill in a spiritual way. And all these are little hints at what's coming in the future. And through Yeshua, we do have our resurrection. It's through him and him alone. So all this is hinting at something.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I'm all about something that is in the natural first, and the spiritual is next. So he teaches something in the natural first, like you have the firstborn males are in the flesh, in the natural, but the secondborn male is the spiritual, is what it's pointing to. It's not Ishmael, it was Isaac. It was not Haran, it was Abraham. It was not Esau, it was Jacob. So you see the natural first, and then later on comes a spiritual. So you always see these examples precede each other. They go in those orders. There was the first Adam, there was the last Adam. So these are things that we have seen down through time. There was the
So you're saying these are 30 heroic men, and there's going to be 30 heroic men at the future or something related. Is that
well,
what
I
you're
don't know
saying?
about the actual meaning of the number 30, but I'm sure it has something to do with the three, like I think what Barry was saying before. And so far as the three on the third day, life coming forth from the earth. So all these are
basically what I'm getting from you, Barry and Sombra, is we're speculating. We don't know.
No, we don't know. And they're just basically hints. You know,
Okay.
to me, that's what I see here. When I read the barley, it tells me it's in the spring. When I read Bethlehem, it tells me where he was birthed, where he would come forth. The living water coming from the well that's in Bethlehem, and him and David pouring it out unto Jehovah. You know, to me, it also goes to Shemini Aretz, where Yeshua stands up and says, I am the living water. He who drinks of me, living water will come forth from him. And isn't that interesting that these attacks, a lot of times, the Yom Kippur War in that 1967, this next one happened on a high holy day. So you see these attacks are coming on these holy days. So the enemy is trying to do away with what God has created for us to be able to walk down a path of redemption.
Okay. Stefferson.
Hello. This also may be my speculation, but I'm not trying to say that I'm not sympathetic with the innocent that had been died. With all those mighty men written on the Bible and the kids that have been died, and you said our kids might be one nation one day. So I was trying to relate all this into the future. Maybe God is setting up something for the future. Maybe we lost all those peoples because they might be sinners in the future.
Okay. So again, you've joined the ranks of the other four here and speculating about what it might mean, but we don't know for sure.
Yes.
Okay, well, you know what? Again, there's nothing wrong with speculating as long as we don't take it as hardcore fact and that we're looking for answers. Candy, go ahead.
So I don't want to speculate, but I just want to say what came.
Come on.
I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that not on this one anyways, maybe another time. But what I would say is what comes to mind as he was reading was the story of the bitter waters. And I'm not sure what exactly, again, I'm not speculating because I'm not sure yet. I want to actually go research it because the first thing that started coming to my mind was about the bitter waters, that he wouldn't drink it, that they were pouring out the water, but they were doing it differently. How you described in your book, the 10 days of awe, about the bitter waters and how it has multiple different meanings. There was something there that just spoke to me, and I don't know. I just want to go down that path, but I'm just sharing that that's something that popped in my mind.
Right here, the bitter water, David's not drinking bitter waters. These are sweet waters from the well. In order for it to become bitter, what I'm talking about in the book, you have to scrape the curses into it. And you have to scrape the dust of the temple floor into it. And that's not what David's talking about here. So
right, but he poured out and didn't drink of it because he gave it to Yahweh, right? Because it is clean, beautiful waters. That's what I'm getting out of it. Like
during the Feast of Tabernacles, they go down to the Gihon, or the pool of Siloam, and they gather the waters there and they pour them out at the as a water libation ceremony. So that one you might be able to connect, but the bitter waters, I think you're just in the opposite direction.
No, I was seeing it as like the opposite kind of thing, instead of it being bitter, but to be a positive thing. I was seeing it as like the flip side of that.
Okay. Okay, again, nobody seems to have an answer for this, so we're looking. Let me draw your attention back to the Milo and to, I think it's Milo's verse 8. And David's made king here. This is actually part of the fulfillment of prophecy of Daniel 9. In Daniel 9, verse 25, let me just throw it up here on the screen for you. Where's my share button? So Daniel 9, 25. Know therefore and understand that from the going forth of the command to restore and build Jerusalem. So this is one of the proofs we use to show this, there's a battle in Jubilee years behind me here, when they are. Know therefore and understand that from the going forth of the command, so that's the command given to Moses to go and get the people. That was at the burning bush. To Messiah the Prince, and Messiah the Prince is King David, shall be 7 weeks. So there's the thing that we show you, and I just can't pass up this opportunity to share this, especially for the new people that are here. So there we are. We have these numbers here in the middle for a reason. We started counting from the burning bush. The only way you can know when the burning bush is by doing the chronology in Genesis and laying it out according to the Jubilee cycles. And once you've laid it out according to the Jubilee cycles, the year that they enter the promised land, which is 1337 BC, it has to be a Jubilee year. And that Jubilee year must match up with the Jubilee year of 2 Kings 1929. Okay, so that's easy peasy. You'll get those two to match up, and you'll have the entire chronology from Adam down to our time, 120 Jubilee years. So the 70 weeks is 70 Shabbat, and from the time of the burning bush to Messiah the Prince shall be 7 Shabbat, or 7 Jubilee cycles, not 7 weeks. So we count from the burning bush, which is around 1383 BC, 1 Jubilee, 2 Jubilee, 3, 4, 5, 6, and after 7, King David is born in 1010 or 1040 BC, after 7 Jubilee cycles. And he's made king, which is what was being described here in verse 3. He's made king, Messiah the Prince. And then in 1003 BC. So this, First Chronicles here is talking about that very event. Now, the other thing I want to mention, because this is also fairly important, is the Milo. First of all, what is a Milo? A Milo is a trench around the fortress. It's like a moat. So in Scotland, we got moats and they're full of water. In Israel, they got moats, but they don't have water, so they're empty. So this is a moat in front of the wall, and King David was to restore the wall and restore the Milo and restore the rampart, which is the Acra that goes up. It's part of the fortress. It's all part of the same fortress mechanism. And King David is the only one that we're told that did that. Yeshua never restored any of that. So I just wanted to point that out. But the other thing is that Solomon filled in the Milo and fitly compacted it to build the temple. He filled in the Milo to build the temple. Where's the Milo? It's outside the wall of the city of David. Where's the city of David? It's Jebus. It's called Jebus by the Canaanites. Jeru is the Canaanite word for city. Salem is what the Melchizedek used to be the king of Salem. Jerusalem. So that's where we get the name Jerusalem from today. Melchizedek was the high priest. He was Shem, the son of Noah. Shem had an altar that he offered sacrifices from outside the city of Salem. outside what would be renamed Jebus, outside what was then become the city of David. We took a number of you there to see the temple that Shem built, which was, what, 50 feet away from the opening of the Gihon Spring and just above it. And if you stand on top of the altar or the standing stone, which is beside the altar, and you look across to where the sin offering was made, there's only one place that you can see, and that is Golgotha. And this standing stone, or this temple of Herod, which is what Josephus talks about, was built in the same place, and the sacrifice or the sin offering was 10 degrees south of east. Again, points to Golgotha. So this little mention here of the Milo and Jebus is fairly significant. It's one of the major clues that you have to understand in order to know where the temples were built in Jerusalem. Solomon filled in the Milo to build the first temple on top of the temple that Melchizedek had. Zerubbabel rebuilt on top of that one, or just to beside it. And then Herod rebuilt again just beside it and made it bigger. When you go to the Joshua's altar, it is built on top of Jacob's altar, which was built on top of Abraham's altar. We have this pattern of things being built in the same place. When we go to Temple 0, Melchizedek's altar, it's the center. Solomon's first temple was built on top of that. And Zerubbabel was twice that, so it moved over by 75 cubits. Herod's was twice that, so it moved over by 150 cubits. But the center is always Melchizedek's temple. Okay, let's, we got that. We're going to go to, what do we read? Philippians. Philippians 1. Okay, before I do that, I just cut everyone off. Does anyone got any questions before I move on? My bad, sorry.
There's a great video that you can find on sightedmoon.com called the 70 Shabbat at Daniel. I highly recommend that video that
Yes.
you just got done talking about. So
There's a very handsome assistant in that one. I can't remember his name, but he's awesome to watch, help me do the video. And we were about to do one on the Golgotha, which is going to bring in all the stuff that I just mentioned here now, but I've been a little bit busy the last few weeks, so I haven't got it done.
Did you say that that was on the YouTube channel or on the website?
Randy, if you want to pull up that link for that video.
I will.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Throw it in the chat. Barry, go ahead.
Just a question on verse 32. These two lion-like Moabites. Now, we're not talking.
You're in chapter 11, 32?
11, yep, verse 22.
Hurai of the brooks of Gash, Abiel, the Arbathite. What are you talking about, lions?
22 of chapter 11.
22.
Yes.
All right. Okay, so yeah, what are you asking? What are you saying?
It's very enigmatic, like two lion-like men, or lion-like Moabites, I don't say men, of course, but Moabites, assuming they're men. Then he went and smote a lion in the midst of a pit on a snowy day. So do I take it literally, or is it figuratively for something?
You know, when you read this, I was thinking, what does that mean? Yeah, I don't know. I have not checked this out or done any research on it, but you're right. It does.
It's really weird.
It's cryptically written.
Yeah.
If I can jump in here,
Yeah, go ahead.
I just dug into that very word, lion like. It's valiant men. It's a figuratively.
Okay, so it's describing the type
So it
of
killed
strength.
two valiant heroes of Moab. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
But then it talks about a lion. Is it Ariel? A bit further on, I'll have a look.
Lying in the midst of the pit on a snowy day. Would that be just literal? I don't know. I do not know. I have no commentary that I'm aware of about this. Okay. Anyone else before we move on? We're going to start into Philippians, right? Have I got that right?
Yes, sir.
Philippians chapter 1.
Okay.
Okay.
Scott.
Yep.
All right. Philippians 1. Paul and Timothy, servants of Jesus Christ, to all the saints in Christ Jesus who are in Philippi, with the bishops and deacons, grace to you and peace from God our Father and the Lord Jesus Christ. I thank my God upon every remembrance of you, always in every prayer of mine, making request for you with all joy, for your fellowship in the gospel from the first day until now, being confident of this very thing, that he who has begun a good work in you will complete it until the day of Jesus Christ. Just as it is right for me to think this of you all, because I have you in my heart, inasmuch as both in my chains and in defense and confirmation of the gospel, you are all partakers with me of grace. For God is my witness, how greatly I long for you all with the affection of Jesus Christ. And this I pray, that your love may abound still more and more in knowledge and all discernment, that you may approve the things that are excellent, that you may be sincere without offense until the day of Christ, being filled with the fruits of righteousness, which are by Jesus Christ, to the glory and praise of God. But I want you to know, brethren, that the things which happened to me have actually turned out for the furtherance of the gospel, so that it has become evident to the whole palace guard and to all the rest that my chains are in Christ. And most of the brethren in the Lord, having become confident by my chains, are much more bold to speak the word without fear. Some indeed preach Christ even from envy and strife, and some also from goodwill. The former preach Christ from selfish ambition, not sincerely, supposing to add affliction to my chains, but the latter out of love, knowing that I am appointed for the defense of the gospel. What then? Only that in every way, whether in pretense or in truth, Christ is preached, and in this I rejoice, yes, and will rejoice. For I know that this will turn out for my salvation through your prayer and the supply of the Spirit of Jesus Christ, according to my earnest expectation and hope that in nothing I shall be ashamed, but that with all boldness, as always, so now also Christ will be magnified in my body, whether by life or by death. For to me to live is Christ, and to die is gain. But if I live on in the flesh, this will mean fruit from my labor. Yet what shall I choose? I cannot tell. For I am hard pressed between the two, having a desire to depart and be with Christ, which is far better. Nevertheless, to remain in the flesh is more needful for you. And being confident of this, I know that I shall remain and continue with you for all your progress and joy of faith, that your rejoicing for me may be more abundant in Jesus Christ by my coming to you again. Only let your conduct be worthy of the gospel of Christ, so that whether I come and see you or am absent, I may hear of your affairs, that you stand fast in one spirit, with one mind, striving together for the faith of the gospel, and not in any way terrified by your adversaries, which is to them a proof of perdition, but to you of salvation, and that from God. For to you it has been granted on behalf of Christ, not only to believe in him, but also to suffer for his sake, having the same conflict with which you saw in me, and now here is in me. Amen.
Okay, I want to know who picked this chapter to read now. After me talking about the persecution of the saints. The sixth seal.
Jehovah.
Is all I can say. Okay, let's carry on with chapter 2. Who's got that one?
I do.
Okay, who's that? Candy?
Candy.
Yeah.
It's
So
me, yeah.
just before you do, man, verse 27, all I heard, from there on was, to me it was sighted moon. You were gone, you were out of town, but while you were gone and out of town, we had a blast. We were still here in one spirit, in one being, striving together, learning together. So it hit me hard. So I really love this group, man. Real proud of them.
Yeah. So while I'm away, the mice were playing. Is that what you just said?
Something like that.
We were also praying like crazy for you.
Thank you. Yeah, you guys, like Randy says, you've become something special. I don't know what it is, but you're kind of special. And I appreciate you all. Thank you. Okay, chapter 2. Candy, go ahead.
If there be therefore any consolation in Yeshua, if any comfort of love, if any fellowship of the Spirit, if any bowels and mercies, fulfill ye my joy, that ye be like-minded, having the same love, being of one accord, of one mind. Let nothing be done through strife or vain glory, but in lowliness of mind, let each esteem other better than themselves. Look not every man on his own things, but every man also on the things of others. Let this mind be in you, which is also in Yeshua HaMashiach, who being in the form of Jehovah, thought it not robbery to be equal with God, but made himself of no reputation, and took upon him the form of a servant, and was made in likeness of men. And being found in fashion as a man, he humbled himself and became obedient unto death, even the death of the cross. Wherefore God also hath highly exalted him and given him a name which is above every name, that the name of Yeshua every knee should bow, of things in heaven and things on earth and things under the earth, and that every tongue should confess that Yeshua HaMashiach is Lord, to the glory of the God Jehovah the Father. Wherefore, my beloved, as ye have always obeyed, not as in my presence only, but now much more in my absence, work out your own salvation with fear and trembling, for it is Jehovah which worketh in you both to will and to do of his good pleasure. Do all things without murmurings and disputings, that ye may be blameless and harmless, the sons of Jehovah, without rebuke, in the midst of a crooked and perverse nation, among whom ye shine as lights in the world, holding forth the word of life, that may rejoice in the day of Yeshua, that I have not run in vain, neither labored in vain. Yea, and if I be offered upon the sacrifice and service of your faith, I rejoice with you all. For the same cause also do ye joy and rejoice with me. But I trust in Yeshua to send Timotheus shortly unto you, that I also may be of good comfort when I know your state. For I have no man like-minded who will naturally care for your state. For all seek their own, not the things which are Yeshua's. But ye know the proof of him, that as a son with the Father, he hath served with me in the gospel. Him therefore I hope to send presently, so soon as I shall see how it will go with me. But I trust in Jehovah that I also myself shall come shortly. Yet I supposed it necessary to send to you Aphroditus, my brother and companion in labor and fellow soldier, but your messenger, and he that ministered to my wants. For he longed after you all, and was full of heaviness, because that ye had heard that he had been sick. For indeed he was sick, nigh unto death, but God had mercy on him, and not on him only, but on me also, lest I should have sorrow upon sorrow. I sent him, therefore, the more careful, that when ye see him again, ye may rejoice, and that I may be the less sorrowful. Receive him, therefore, in the Lord with all gladness, and hold such in reputation, because for the work of Yeshua, he was nigh unto death, not regarding his life, to supply your lack of service towards me.
Thank you, Candy.
Mhm.
Anyone got anything they want to comment on or talk about there? You guys are all getting quiet. So this is a personal letter to Paul to the Philippians, and he's instructing them to accept Epaphroditus. Where's the guy's name? I forgot his name. Epaphroditus. But I also read in here something that, like what Randy just said, I see a lot of the characters here at sightofmoon.com in the group that we have here of, I lead this conversation, but I don't think I'm dominating it unless it's with Eric, then I got to take over. But everyone else, and Sombra, I think we are all sharing here, and that's awesome because I'm also learning from you, and we're also learning from each other. And that's the great thing that we have here at this Midrash, and being able to do that, being able to talk and share, and when we turn the mic off, we can continue to do that more on a more personal basis. And that's the thing that keeps me coming back here and keep me wanting to continue to do this. Otherwise, I just shut it down a long time ago. So again, I'm thanking all of you for your part in it, and for those who have continued to help make it work, organizing in the background so I don't have to do all that stuff. It's a pleasure for me to show up here on Shabbat, and I like that. Until Eric starts talking, then oh man, I got to argue with this guy again. But we're starting to agree a whole lot more. Man, I can't get nothing out of anybody. He might be indisposed. I can't get nothing out of him. Anyway, is there any other questions or comments? Anybody like to say anything about anything we've read today in the Torah portions, or comments? Otherwise, we're going to wrap this up.
Quick question on verse 12 of chapter 2. Yes. So that, my beloved, as you always obeyed. So I'll just pause there. What are they obeying?
Torah.
Exactly. And yet often within our previous assemblies we've been in, it's always referencing, work out your own salvation or deliverance with fear and trembling. But before that, it should come obedience to the Torah. So
therefore, my beloved, as you have always obeyed.
Exactly. Yep.
Not only when I'm there, but now much more in my absence. Work out your own. So, everyone likes to quote this last part, work out your own salvation with fear and trembling, but they don't include the obedience part. And very good point.
This is what I wanted to stress. Yeah. So, and it's always in reference to Torah, the obedience. And then in verse 16, holding on to the word of life. That's Torah. Yes, it's Messiah, but it's Torah. But it's Messiah, but it's Torah.
So that I may not have run this, run in vain and labored in vain, teaching you stuff that you're not going to obey.
Exactly. So that's what I wanted to bring up.
No, 2 excellent points. Thank you, Barry. Eric, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, there was, you're bringing up before some of the hatred that's going on right now. It's kind of interesting in
some of the what?
The hatred, the hatred of the Jewish people that are just, and it's kind of interesting because he makes this point in Psalm 69. It says, "Save me, O God, for the waters have come up to my neck. I sink in the deep mire where there is no standing." I have come into deep waters where the floods overflow me. I am weary with my crying. My throat is dry. My eyes fail while I wait for my God. Those who hate me without a cause are more than the hairs of my head. They are mighty who would destroy me, being my enemies wrongfully. Though I have stolen nothing, I still must restore it. So he's basically talking, in the future of what they would, if they hated him without a cause, would they also not hate the people that follow him without a cause, just as vehemently as they do him? So anyone that is following him will be hated without a cause. And that's what we see what's going on today. There's just sheer hatred for what they represent.
Well, he said that they would hate you because they hated me first, he said.
Right.
And you're both right. And that's what you all need to understand, is how much that's going to grow and how that's going to affect you where you are. There's no place to hide in this. And we're coming to that time period when, it's going to be very, very dangerous. And we're going to need each other. We're going to need a shoulder to cry on. There's going to be a lot of hurt. Some of you have developed friendships here. I hate to say it, like Glenn and Eric, they're my friends. That's my inside voice, right? But we're going to have to,
still recorded. We got it.
Oh man, messed up. But yeah, we're going to need each other. The time that's coming is unbelievable, and you get to live through it, hopefully. But we need each other. And so again, watch what's going on. Talk about it here. If you can develop a friend here, talk about it during the week. But yeah, we need each other now more than ever. Okay, go ahead.
Well, first, I haven't really talked to you since you've been back, but you're a sight for sore eyes. I love your hair. I love your
How
haircut.
sore are your eyes?
I love your haircut. You look great. You look so much better than you did while you were over there worried. And some of us, woke up all night praying for you, and seriously. So I'm so glad you made it out. That was very worrisome. But what I really wanted to say on adding on to work out your salvation with fear and trembling is the next verse in 13 that says, for the one, and my version has one capitalized, for the one working in you is Jehovah. And although everybody in this Bible study that's listening to me already knows that, so I'm not really offering anything that all you smarter people would know, but that's such a beautiful verse that the creator of the universe loves us and is working in us. And then he's working both to will and to work for his good pleasure. And then it goes on to say, do everything without grumbling or arguing, so that you might be blameless and innocent children of God in the midst of a crooked and twisted generation, which we so see. Among them, you shine as lights in the world. And light is a word for Torah. In Psalms 119, it says, thy word is a lamp unto my feet and a light unto my path. And I will hide it in my heart that I might not sin against Jehovah. But it says, among them you shine as lights in the world, holding fast to the word of life, so that I may boast in the day of Messiah, that I did not run or labor in vain. And the word of life is Torah, and Yeshua is the Torah made flesh that was here among us. And I just thought of back in verse 13 that in Jeremiah talked about this, and Paul's talking about that day in Jeremiah 31:30 and on, about pouring out his spirit and writing his Torah on our hearts. And Ezekiel adds to cause us to walk in his statutes. And it looks like that's exactly what Paul is talking about in verse 13. He's working in us to will, both to will and to work for his good pleasure. And I'm sure everybody already knows that, but it was beautiful to me. It goes on to say that, but even if I'm being poured out as a drink offering upon the sacrifice and the service of your faith, I rejoice. When you were gone, I got scared. And if Bobby came up behind me and I didn't see him, I would just kind of scream out a little bit, because the whole thing with you being over there and Hamas doing what they were doing, I was just afraid. And I had to face that. I had to face that fear and say, okay, I'll die. I can do that. It was a good thing for me, because we don't know what we may have to face, but we have to face facing it.
Yeah, let me just say that I do appreciate everyone's prayers, and it's nice to know that people care about you and your safety and what's going on, and that people are following what you're saying and showing them. And so I do thank you all for that. I never felt in danger. I got paranoid a couple times, overthinking and listening to too many other people tell me what's going on. So just stop listening to people. So that was the best advice I gave myself. But I was never in really any real danger. I do stay in some places that the Nehemiah will never go to. He would he would drop me off so far away from where I needed to get to and let me walk, because he just would not drive in that area. But I rarely do I ever take the groups to those areas where I'm at, but I'm also doing research. So I was, things got crazy after I left, but I know Jehovah had me there doing something, and so long as I was doing his will, I was going to be okay. So I also have some other stuff that Daniel 8 and Daniel 12, one, again, just so you understand, Daniel 8 and Daniel 12, it talks about two holy ones talking to each other. One knows the timing, one knows the chronology, and the other one doesn't. Those events were taking place there. The seeds were being planted for when this will come up later. So I know those men will be there later, and I also know that I'll be there later. So I'm not trying to negate your prayers, but I wasn't really in any I wasn't near Hamas. Well, again, I'm assuming that. I do not know what your prayers protected me from. So maybe I just shut up and say thank you. There's a lot of things going on everywhere. Yeah, I saw that, Candace. Okay. Again, thank you all. Kim, go ahead.
Hey, Joe. Yes, I think you had us all going pretty good. You got a lot of prayers. I wanted to ask, with things the way they are right now, and from reading the prophecy, it looks like some level of nuclear war will be happening. Maybe not right away, but it could, right? I know they've got some small ones that wouldn't wipe out the whole world, but I find myself kind of starting to prepare a little bit. Not that you can prepare a lot, but just doing common sense things. But do we have a backup plan for staying in touch with one another if we lose Zoom or if we lose the website? I know if you write down the IP address for Sighted Moon, say, then you could probably still get to it, even if they were to block the URL, but could we get addresses maybe and just mail out a newsletter if we did lose internet?
So I'm not about to start mailing out a newsletter. It would cost a one, I don't know, $1 and change, maybe $2 for international per newsletter that would be sent out, and I would be broke after the first mailing. So we just can't afford to do that. Nor do I have the time that would be involved in doing it. So the newsletter is written, as you can see, bits and pieces throughout the week and then jammed together, and hopefully it works its way through and can read properly. We have set up the website so that it's no longer in North America. We moved it out of North America and out of Europe, I don't know, 6-7 years ago, in preparation for this time that we see coming. We have now got it stationed in between Malaysia, Philippines, and I believe Japan. So if any one of them goes down, there's still the other two. If two of them go down, there's still the other one. And the reason we believe that Inside the Moon needs to be kept on the air is to continue to direct and instruct you about what's going on based on the Sabbatic and Jubilee cycles. It's not about vanity or me or anything that I'm doing. It's about understanding Torah according to the Sabbatic Jubilee cycles. So we're trying to do that. There's an innumerable multitude. Remember, innumerable. You can't count them all, that are waiting for you to discover them or for them to discover you. And everything that we have at sightofmoon.com is the tools that you can use to reach them. Facebook, I'm not allowed on Facebook for the rest of my life. They banned me for life, but you're not. Telegram, I've been banned for life. You're not. WhatsApp, I'm banned for life, but you're not. Gab, BitChute, all these other sites are up there. I'm now still on Telegram. Who knows how long I'll last there? But you can share these things. You can share the teachings. You can take, cut and paste, cut out the introductions where I may be too long-winded, and get right to the meat and potatoes that you want and share it. Right? Direct people back to sightofmoon.com if you want, or direct them to yourself. We've done almost a study on almost every subject there is over the last 18 years. The stuff I said 18 years ago, if you want to pull it up, I've changed my views on a few things. I've been adjusting, I've been growing. So the most up-to-date stuff is the most recent stuff. But there's some, go back to 2007, there's some gems that I've never changed that are still awesome. So we have the tools, we have the videos, and I don't know, 700 videos. I don't know how many videos there are now. We've
I
got
haven't tried to download anything. That might be an option where I could just download a bunch of stuff, in case we lose it.
We've also got what we call Noah's Ark. So it's a project that James has been working on. We had a number of people contributing. We collected the teachings of the best teachers that we knew, and we put them all into this hard drive so that it can be used by anybody anywhere in the world that could access it. We've sent it out to people in Africa, so they have all the information there on their computer through this hard drive, that they can access all these great teachings from people that we have nothing but respect for. And, so that is available. But as far as we're concerned, whatever goes into your head, whatever you make your brain is your, well, I'm going to be, please don't be offended, but let me just say, your brain is your vagina. Whatever you allow into it is the God or the man that you're worshiping. If you allow Satan to put his sperm into your brain, then that's who you're going to follow. If you allow Jehovah to put his sperm or his Torah into your brain, then that's what you're going to learn. fill your brain with Torah. Stop filling it with the nonsense that's out there. I know some of you are addicted to the nonsense. Get unaddicted ASAP. Fill it full of Torah, which means you got to read it over and over and over again. I'm now able to sing some of the prayers that Sombert does in the beginning, but it took a number of years for me to learn them over and over each Shabbat. Do the same with your brain. And then if the internet does go down, and I believe that some parts will and some parts won't, some parts are going to be shut down on purpose, but it doesn't matter then. You've got it here. And once it's in there, you've got it. You know, my fear is Alzheimer's and losing what I got up here. So again, we don't know exactly what the future holds. We don't understand everything. We've got to, you know, we're looking through the glasses darkly now, as Paul says. Once it happens, once it's behind us, we'll be looking to see more clearly what it was. Like 2020, we didn't exactly understand what just happened until 2021. Then it made so much sense. And but boom, I had to go very fast then. Now that this has happened here, 1,290 days after Netanyahu shut down Israel, we got to figure that out. How does that relate to the statue not being set up? And we even said in the book, there's more applications to this than just the one. So maybe this is for future. I don't know yet. We're still looking. I will be accused of being a false prophet. Let them croak away. Don't be sidetracked from you studying the Torah. Don't be sidetracked. Kim, did I cut you off? I'm sorry.
No. Good advice.
Okay. So, you know, we're set up to survive the internet going down. And we're in Malaysia, the Philippines, and Japan. But even if it does go down, if you've got it in your head, you know the scriptures, you're studying, then you can be that source. If you end up in a POW camp somewhere, you can be the source. You're not going to have internet there. You know, you'll be lucky to have a piece of bread once a day. Be the internet, be that source yourself, because you are now able to relate it to those people around you, because you're not going to be afraid to open your mouth and tell them what the Torah says. Tell them what you know, because you now know it. In order to know it, you got to study it. You got to study. These sabbatical and Jubilee cycles that are behind me, you all should know them. It's simple. All you got to do is be able to count to 7. It's simple. So that's what you need to do. Okay, Kim?
Hey.
Glenn.
Yep. Pardon me for the noise. Got the whole family here. That's okay. I don't mind the noise. I just don't want you to think, oh my gosh. But anyways, you were talking, other people were talking about fear. Fear. Listen, we don't need to fear. He says that. He says, just do what he says. If you do what he says, just like in the book, he tells you how to walk. You walk in his way. He's got your back. He's got your back. I don't care where you are. He even showed you. He says, look, you're going to go and dispossess these people, and I'm going to fight for you. So that's what he's doing. Joe did that when he went to Israel. He went out there boldly, knew what was going to come in front of him to a point, but then found out things were a little different than he expected. But he adjusted, and he went through boldly. That's how we all have to do it. Now, when and if we get to the point where we can't communicate with each other, well, then guess what? You got to take the leadership role and start speaking out about the Torah and what is going on for the people around you who are going to be worried and fearing. He says, I don't give you a spirit of fear. Be bold and endure to the end. That's all we need to do. And just as long as we know our walk and it's and it's in our heart and in our blood, the way he says to do it. Even if you have small errors, you don't have to fear that he's going to go and punish you because of your small errors, because your heart's in the right place. Just like a mother or father tells you as a child, hey, build this, or draw me a picture, and you don't quite draw it the way they want it, they're not going to tell you, hey, that's a terrible job, do it again, you're going to be punished because you didn't do it right. No, they look at you and go, good job, good try, we really like what you've drawn, that's a really unique looking thing, whatever it is. He's going to support you, he's going to help you, he's going to protect you. And that's all we need to do. We don't need to fear. We pray for each other, yes, but not out of fear. We want to support and have the power behind our prayers for that person, like Joe when he was over there. And believe me, I had every single time there was prayers. Every night there were prayers for him to be okay. And look what happened. He come back here and now he's bugging us again. So, but anyway, that's the point.
Again, I thank you for your prayers, and I do appreciate that. I do not want you to think that I'm a hero for going over there and doing what I did. There were a number of times I was afraid. Am I stupid? What am I doing here? A number of times I had self-doubt. A number of times, especially when I was responsible for this other person, am I making the right decision now as to how do I get out of here? And once I made that decision and went through with it, then the self-doubt came in again. Okay, did I do the right thing? Oh no, they're doing something different. What do I do now? Do I panic? There was a number of times that I was afraid that I'd made the wrong decision, or that I can't get out, or I stayed too long, or so again, I'm not, a super person. The people on the front line fighting the terrorists, those are the heroes. Those are the real heroes. So again, I appreciate your prayers, and I crave them. I still need them. But I'm not a hero here. So I don't want you to think that that's what I did. I may be stupid, but stupid people need a lot more prayers than other people do. Nancy, go ahead.
I just wanted to let you know that you were speaking about the internet, and they've already put in, and I wish I could, I don't have the information right here in front of me, but I had to talk about this for just a minute. They've already put restrictions in certain locations, and we have restrictions right here in America since this all happened in Israel, and I'm not sure that you were aware of it or not, but those restrictions do restrict what can be said, what can be passed around, news, just people talking to each other, what they can share. All that stuff's already there and in place, and it was passed through without any public being able to say yay or nay to it. And that happened while you were still in Israel, by the way. The other thing too I want to speak to about is that our children, our teenagers, I mean, my son's very social, but he has an ex-girlfriend, and I talk to her often, and she speaks for a lot of other kids that she knows. And one of the problems with the teenagers and the children today, even though they can go to public school, they rarely talk, like interact with each other the way they interact easily online. So they literally, their etiquette for socializing together in person is really a huge deficit. And when I talk to other parents, they're like, my kid just doesn't feel comfortable. When they're online, they can socialize all day long. But when they're not online, they're shy and introverted. So I think it's important that when we can reach out to parents and other people and, remember that about our youth, because there could very well be a time. And right now, that's their only communication really for socializing, and parents are so busy with the world's problems today, a lot of them don't even realize that it's a problem.
Yeah, these problems are all going to be solved here in the next 7 years. So I'm not too worried about it. The internet will be resolved in the next 7 years. It'll be gone. I'm not worried about all this other stuff. What I'm worried about is your name going to be found in the book of life? That's the bottom line. And again, going back to Candy's dream, being told that your name's not there, that's a heck of a wake-up call. I don't have much faith in dreams, but boy, that's a heck of a wake-up call. So now what do? There are going to be 5 foolish virgins racing around buying oil to be found, and then while they're doing that, he's going to show up. So we're almost at that point in time, 2024. You've got time now to get that oil in your head, to get that lit up, to get that light turned on. And you need to do it now while you got the chance. If you don't have the oil there, if 2024 is that year, and all the indications are showing me that it is, then what are you going to do then? So we need the oil. We need the word, the Torah, that's the oil in our brain. You're the lamp. That's what needs to be lit on fire. And you need to be on fire. You can't be the ostrich with your head in the ground. Because that's just roadkill. We need to be on fire. We need to be teaching people. You need to be doing it to those people around the world, not just, your own community. The 12,000 are already, those spots are almost all full. Get to work. Get to work. You can worry about everything else during the next 1,000 years. But for the next 7, get to work and teach everything that moves. And I mean everything. If you're afraid to do it, start talking to your goldfish. Once you get good with the goldfish, you can go on TikTok because you got the same mentality there. You can teach them. If you graduate from the goldfish, go and teach your cat and your dog. If they listen to you about keeping Torah, you'll know you're ready for everybody else. But the thing is, you got to go do it. Yes, I'm making fun of it, but you got to go do it. You don't teach when you sit on your thumb. You got to go teach. And you don't have to teach them everything. Just teach them the little bit that you already know. They're going to ask you a question. You can say, I don't know. Go and find the answer. And then come back and explain the answer to them. That's all I've done. When people ask me something I didn't know, I went and found the answer. I came back, and that became the book, the 2016 book, explaining every question about the Jubilee cycles. So, Candy, let's make this the last one, the last question, and we'll wrap this up. This is already way too long on a recording.
Yeah. So just speaking to what you were saying there, just to encourage people, I'm kind of, blunt and step right in. Don't really care if people don't want to receive from me.
What? You sound like a Joe in a dress. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, pretty much. But where I'm at is like, every time I look at someone, I'm thinking to myself, God says to pray for our enemies, right? So who are we to decide who should have this message or not? If you've got it, freely it was given to you, freely we're supposed to give, right? So I'm just, putting it out to everybody. And there's a few people where I'm thinking, do I really want to bring that up with them? Like, for example, my ex-husband, or, people in the past that have been really kind of cruel or shut me down. And I'm thinking to myself, who else is going to tell them? What if somebody doesn't tell them and I don't tell them, and then that person's life is in my hands? Like, I'm going to have to answer to that. If it's been put on my mind that, a person's name has been put on my mind and I've kind of gone, but I don't know if I want to do that, I'm going to have to answer that. Their blood might be on my hands. And I'm not saying that in a light way. I think it's pretty serious. We have been given something, and that is absolutely precious. And like you said before, we were called out, not because we're supposed to be shy about it and say, oh, thanks, look at me, look what I got, the 1 talent servant, I'm just going to keep this all to myself. We have to just think past ourselves and go, this is a big thing. We've been given a job because he trusted us.
You've been called, and you've been shown these things.
Do something with it.
Do something with it. Again, Ezekiel 33 or Ezekiel 3, I hate that chapter. I hate them both. You know, if you see the sword coming, you must go and warn the people. I absolutely hate it. But that's why I'm here in front of you guys. I was afraid to do public speaking. I used to pee my pants so I wouldn't have to do it. I was so terrified to get up in front of people and talk. When we started doing the Zoom meetings, I'm thinking, oh man, there's going to be an Eric come along here who's going to know the scriptures better than me. He's going to be able to talk circles around me, and I'm going to look like an idiot. And when I wrote the Prophecies of Abraham, the very first book, everybody already knows this stuff. Why am I putting this into a book? I can't even speak English. And what I found out in all these situations is nobody knew this stuff. And the people like Eric, who know the Bible inside out, they didn't show up here to try and trip me up. Some of them did, but basically I discovered they don't know the Bible at all. I'm not speaking about Eric now, but they don't know the Bible at all. And they know a couple key verses that make them sound like they know the Bible, but they don't know the Bible. They don't know the Torah, which is what the New Testament is based on. If you don't know that, you don't know what you're talking about. And I quickly found out that there's so many people don't know anything.
Mm-hmm.
I remember the first time that you spoke in Central Ontario, and what a difference now.
Yeah, I've watched some of your old videos.
It wasn't on video. This is his very first ever talk. And unbelievable. He was so scared. I know you were, but it was good. So don't worry about it.
No, I don't worry about it. I don't care anymore.
Yeah. It's not about you. It's about the message that you have that others need to know about.
But that's what I'm trying to get to. Our own vanity gets in the way.
Mm-hmm.
What other people think of you. My nose is too big. I got a zit. Oh, my ears are sticking out, or they're flat, or look at my hair the last month. I needed a hair job, but I don't care. I no longer care. I stand up in front of people, my stomach sticks out too far. I can't get the sucker to go down no matter what I do.
You're real. You're like everybody else that needs to hear the message, and that's why they hear it, because you're just like them.
I'm real. And that's
you're not
what
talking
you are.
At them, you're talking with them.
You're real. Each of you presents a different way of speaking than I do. Too direct, too blunt. You're more motherly, you're more caring the way you say things. You got a bigger vocabulary that I only know 4-letter words. So
I know those too, though.
But you all have a vocabulary or an ability that I don't have. And that's why we need each other, because as a team, this fingers with these ones suddenly becomes strong. And when you go like that, it's very strong. But all by itself, it can get hurt. So again, we all have to do this work together. We all need to go out and teach and share, and time's running out. But remember, there's an innumerable multitude, and that you only got 7 years to go. 7 years. Then we will be put in the place of safety, and Jehovah is going to be speaking with us directly, face to face. So after that, you don't need any teacher. Dale, go ahead, sir. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Randy. My wife's Dale.
Ah, you're Randy. Okay, I only see Dale here. So
I'm just on her computer. She's gone, but we sat through it all day today. And all I got to say to you is just be Joe. Just be you.
Yeah, I don't know how to be Joe in a dress, but I'm glad there's other
Bring the
people that
message
can do that.
across to all of us like you have been today. That's perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you for inviting us.
Where are you from, Dale?
Randy, Angus, Ontario.
I mean, Randy. Angus, Ontario.
Yep.
Get out of town.
Yep, we're about an hour away.
Well, no, I'm not in Orangeville. I'm in Sarnia now.
Oh, you're in Sarnia. That's what I said to my wife. He's moved.
Yeah, my family is from Brentwood.
Okay. That's
You know where
right
that
down
is.
the road.
Yeah. So I actually go up to visit my grandma and make sure she hasn't popped out of the ground yet.
Right.
But yeah, Angus, wow. There we go.
And I got to commend your bravery going to Israel. Good for you.
It's nothing at all. What's your last name,
You've
Dale?
been our soldier, so we're glad that you could do that.
What's your last name, Randy?
It's a Dutch name, Raphorst.
Because all my relatives there in Angus are also Dutch.
Are they? Wow.
Yeah. You know any Van der Krooi?
Cool. Pardon?
Do you know any Van der Krooi?
There's so many Dutch around here. It's crazy, actually.
Yeah. Very good. Okay, we got to wrap this up.
Okay, nice meeting you. Thanks again, Joe.
No, you're more than welcome, and I hope you learned something today. I hope you all the new people learned something today, and I hope you all learned that you can talk, you can ask questions, you can midrash, and you see how we're midrashing here. You know, I'll stir things up and see what goes. I don't know where it's going to go any week, but we have a lot of people here that help make this all come together. So I appreciate that. And one of the people here that helps make it come together is you. Your questions, your input, your comments, it makes it all work. So, Randy, you told me before, I think Scott and Shauna are going to wrap this up. Is that correct?
It's Shauna. Scott. Hang on, Scott. We'll close the Torah. Do that first, and then we'll have closing prayer. So Shauna first.
Okay. Hello, Shauna.
If she's there.
I don't know if Shauna's going to do it.
I don't think she was doing it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can do it.
Go ahead, Sombra.
I just need to find it. Hold on a second. Alrighty. So this is the closing service of the Torah. V'zot haTorah asher sam Moshe lifnei bnei Israel al pi Yehovah beyad Moshe. This is the Torah that Moses placed before the children of Israel upon the command of Yehovah through Moses' hand. Itzcham hi lama kazikim ba Betom Heya Meusha Derachea Darche Noam V'kol Nativoteya Shalom Hashivenu Yahovah Elecha V'nashuva Chadish Yamenu Kekedem. It is a tree of life for those who grasp it, and its supporters are praiseworthy. Its ways are pleasantness, and in all its paths of peace. Bring us back to you, Yehovah, and we shall return. Renew our days as of old.
Thank you, Sombra. And we have Scott, who's going to do the closing prayer.
Father, It seems that the last couple of weeks we've stepped over a threshold in the life of the world, in the life of all of us. I pray, Father, that you would fill us with your Spirit, for this is the time that things are getting real. I pray that all of us here would not be anxious, for Jehovah knows what we need, and I know there are many needs within this community. And I pray that Jehovah would meet those needs, but more importantly, give you his peace. And we pray for also the peace of Israel. And we look forward to returning next week and praising your name more and more. In your mighty holy name, Jehovah Yeshua, our salvation. Amen.
Joe, you're muted.
I see that. Yes, there. Is that better? Again, I want to thank everyone. Thank you, Scott. And I want to thank everyone here at setofmoon.com for all that you do to make this possible each and every week. But I want to thank you, the brethren, for coming here, sharing your input, your understanding. We don't have all the answers, so together we can learn all these things together. I want to thank you for your prayers while I was in Jerusalem. I want to ask you to pray for the young men and women at the front line who are at the front line in Gaza. They're about to go into Gaza. They're at the front line up at the border of Lebanon, and they are being picked off by the Lebanese who have more precision guided missiles. And I want you to remember each other in our prayers. Some people here are brand new. Some people are going through personal life crises and nobody to talk to. And we don't try not to talk too much about them in public, but in private, which is where we're about to go to after I close this meeting, we can talk to each other there. But we all need help. We all need someone to talk to. And when I was in Israel, when I was trying to figure out how to get out, Jehovah blessed me with somebody as a sounding board at that time. There's some funny moments, but I had someone that, does this sound like a plan? Is this the proper way to go? And we go over it about 15 times. We need each other to talk to. Is what I'm about to do the right thing? Do I have my facts right? Is this the proper thing to do? And to get that feedback from other people, brethren, whom you trust. So we are becoming a family here, which is scary because families always have problems and fights, and we say stuff to the people we love the most, the things we should not say. So again, if you have needs, if you want to understand things, I encourage you to get the Riddle book, get the 2016 book, get the Sabbath Jubilee charts, read the Restoration, the Abomination, the 10 Days of Awe, the 2300 Days of Hell. Those are, they're big books, but I lay it all out. Do I have everything 100% correct? No, I don't. But I'll challenge you to find someone who has it as close as what we do. And the reason we do that is because of the Shabbat and Jubilee cycles, because of the understanding of the Daniel 9s talking about Jubilee cycles and not weeks. And for that reason, Jehovah has blessed us with this understanding. And that's the blessing that you can gain here from setofmoon.com. It's not about promoting me, it's about you gaining an understanding. Somber doesn't follow me. She follows Stuart. Stuart doesn't follow me. He follows Somber. So nobody is following me here, is what I'm trying to say. They're all following, we are all following Jehovah. And that is what's important. So we've been blessed with a good group, a great group. It's the final, I don't know, it's a final 100-yard dash in the marathon we've been in. It's time to get ready, time to get close to Jehovah. So if I can help people do that, then I'm honored. But you can all help do that because there's that innumerable multitude that is yet to hear the word. that is the next 7-year job that we have. So I'm starting to ramble, preach again, time to shut up, move on. Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Tune in to sightedmoon.com, watch the videos. I'll try and get some more of them up. But it's time to stop playing religion and to get serious with Jehovah. Time's up. Shalom. Bye.